So, good morning, everyone. It's 9 o'clock. This is the anti-abuse working group. I thought this being the main room and this is a networking event, this should probably be routing, but if you thought it would be routing, it's in the side room. So, my name is Marcus de Bruyn. I will be your co-chair for today. There is two other co-chairs, Brian Nisbet and Tobias Knecht. Unfortunately, neither of them was able to attend the meeting, but luckily there's plenty of staff around to help me out. So thanks to Chris for being our scribe. Thank you for the stenography. That is always really helpful, especially for people like me who are not native English speakers. Then, of course, there's the technical stuff running Meet Echo and providing all the tech in the room. Thank you as well. And this time there's also Anna Wilson, a colleague of Brian's, who is helping me with monitoring the Q&A and the audio video queue. So if you if you have any questions during the talk or want to give some feedback, then you can either use the Q&A on Meet Echo, or you can use the video audio on Meet Echo. You can use your Meet Echo link to insert you in the queue, then hopefully you will show up in the queue and you get your turn to speak. We will not be monitoring the chat, so if you have any questions, please use the Q&A. If you want to give us feedbacks for the presentations, talks, interactions we have today, you can send us an email to the working group chairs list, or you can use the rating mechanism on the right website page. Either is fine. And I think that's about all the things we have for housekeeping. So the next thing we would have to do is to approve the minutes from last RIPE meeting, RIPE 83. The minutes have been sent to the list. There haven't been any comments. So if there aren't any last minutes comments now, then I would declare the minutes approved. So thank you. That is out of the way. There have been no last minute agenda changes, so the agenda is set as well. And we can continue with an update on the recent list of discussions. There have been a few topics, but not a lot of discussions. Most of the mails were on the abuse handling training. This will be this has its own agenda point in interactions, so I'm not going to talk about this. And the others were on questions regarding abuse C and inbound spam filtering. But as I said before, there hasn't been much discussion, and there's nothing in particular that I would want to raise. But if there is anything you would like to talk about regarding the recent discussions, then this would be the time. Again, no comments, great. Then we can move on to policies. This is also quick, there are no policies. And we can start with our interactions. The first one would be the before mentioned anti-abuse handling, and Gerardo, you're up.
I have a couple of slides here. Oh, I look taller, right? I was thinking, why does this step here for me? Sorry. So, good morning. My name is Gerardo Vier, and I am not your quiz master this morning. I am here in my capacity as training material developer, and I want to give you an update on the anti-abuse training that we are developing on request of the anti-abuse working group. So we had, how does this work? Big button, I press it. I have to press it again? Oh, can I just press here? Yay, I got it. Since last meeting when we presented this project, we had 2 rounds of feedback that we opened up for the community to participate. We had written some learning objectives and an initial design. And from the first round of feedback, I got a lot of input, and it was actually well attended when we did a Zoom meeting. And with that information, we were able to improve on the learning objectives and the whole webinar design. The second feedback round, we only opened it up for online comments. We didn't have a Zoom meeting. And unfortunately, that wasn't so well attended, or there wasn't so much participation. So taking silence means consensus. But I would really like to hear your voices. We are listening for your input. And I would like to know later on if you want to tell me how it is that you would prefer to participate. If you would like an asynchronous online way, or do you want a one-time Zoom meeting where we can all join and talk one at a time together? Well, if you have any other creative ideas, we're open for listening. So this is the rough outline of what the webinar is going to be like. We're going to start with an introduction to the topic of abuse and abuse handling, what it is. We're going to then cover the abuse handling principles as we've heard from the community as best practices, and of course the abuse handling process. And we want to finish with the guidance, a guidance to implement and run an abuse desk. Now, I've been hearing a lot from community members that they want us to say, you have to handle abuse, to point the finger and say, you're not handling your abuse. Now, but as much as we're not the internet police, we're also not the manic internet preachers telling people what to do or not to do. So we want to structure this webinar in a way that motivates people to care about abuse handling, and then give them some tools so that they can actually do it. And we think that this way we will create an attitudinal change in people so that they will take care of their abuse complaints. Coming up is, well, we are working on the webinar slides already. So we're putting the content onto slides and giving it shape. We're going to have, hopefully, we plan for this, a first iteration by the end of Q2. And we're going to open it up again for feedback to the community to let us know if the content that we're using is correct, and if you have any other things that you would like to add. If you have any questions, I'm here, and otherwise you can reach me at my email address. I have no special sound effects right now. No? Good. Well, then see you online. Or do you have a question?
And, yeah, I do have a question for the working group. So how do you think we should proceed? I think really Gerardo would like to get more feedback, and so now he's working on the slides. So there's probably now is not the time for feedback. But if at the end of Q2 you said,
yeah,
there are such, how should we proceed? The most feedback he received during the Zoom session we had, is this the way you want to do it, or? Okay, we should probably
one at a time, please.
Yeah.
I think an online Zoom meeting was much more well attended than the online asynchronous collaboration. So I guess we'll organize another Zoom meeting.
Yeah. Hi, Dinesh Babutin, personal capacity. I'd question, why not?
Why not? What?
Why not just proceed with the Zoom stuff?
Oh yeah, the thing is, I don't want to impose myself on other people's time. So by opening it up and making it asynchronous, I thought people could join in and collaborate whenever they felt like it.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
yes, we will do an online Zoom meeting. I just wanted to know what the preference of the working group was.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Gerardo.
You're welcome.
Okay, next up we have Graham Bunton from the no, this is not the one. I think he hasn't uploaded slides. Graham Bunton, exactly, sorry, from the DNS Abuse Institute, who wants to give us an update on the DNS Institute reporting tool.
Hey, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I do have some slides. I haven't previously uploaded them. I wonder how hard that's going to be to do on the fly. We'll see if we can figure that out. I haven't uploaded them previously, so maybe I will just talk you guys through this, and I can share them after the fact. So, good morning. Thank you for having me. I spoke with this group back at, I think it was RIPE 82, about this DNS Abuse Institute thing that I'm the executive director of. And it seemed like the right time to come back and share a bit of an update. Maybe for context, the DNS Abuse Institute is a organization that was created last year by PIR, who run .org, Public Interest Registry. And they saw abuse as a sort of complicated global problem that we were not going to solve within the domain registration industry at the individual registry or registrar, and that sort of collective solutions and a centralizing function was necessary if we're going to make any headway on the issue. And so the Institute was created, and here I am running it. We have a sort of couple key pillars that we're working on: education, collaboration, innovation. And really, the sort of raison d'etre for this institute is to identify the places of friction and complexity for dealing with abuse within the sort of internet infrastructure ecosystem, and see if we can move those places of friction into the institute itself to enable, internet infrastructure providers to action abuse more easily. So that's sort of broadly the mission. And we took a pretty long look at the various activities that were available to us, and decided that one of the key pieces that was missing from, let's call it the internet in general, was some sort of centralized abuse reporting function. And that's because we see broadly two problems. One, that reporting abuse is hard for the people who wish to do so, especially in the domain registration side of things. There's an awful lot of players. There are no standards for what evidence is required. There's no consistent implementation of the process to report abuse. There is technical knowledge required, like, people need to be able to identify a domain registrar, which not everyone can do. It's even harder to identify a host. So that sort of user experience is pretty brutal. On the other side of things, what's coming in to people who can mitigate abuse is those are just awful too. And I'm sure many on this working group webinar call experience that too, that the abuse reports people are getting in the door are duplicative, they're unevidenced, they're unstructured, they're often not your domain, your IP, your infrastructure, they're unactionable. And so people are spending lots of time and energy triaging abuse tickets that provide no value. They don't make the internet any safer, they're not reducing issues on your platform. And so it's just a whole bunch of wasted time and effort. And we thought that we could build something and plonk it in the middle of that and clean up both sides of that problem. And we're really close to doing that. So we have built a tool We call it NetBeacon. It is launching relatively shortly in the first week in June. And it's not coming right after the spaces that this community operates in, but it's close. And so I wanted to sort of come today and share this idea and see if I can get some feedback and open up some connections. So the first thing to say is that this is not a commercial endeavor. This is a free service that we're providing as part of public interest registries, not-for-profit mission to essentially make the internet better. So, and this is what we're doing. So we're standing up a website that makes it very easy to report abuse, standardized forms for different types of harms. We have implemented standardized requirements for those abuse types that, people require certain elements, hosting companies or registries, registrars, whoever, for particular, like for malware or for phishing or for spam. And so we can ensure that those elements are captured. We are standardizing the abuse reports that come into XARF so that, we can then display those in human readable if that's your jam, or, in XARF natively. We're doing something that I think is really interesting, and this is where I think this tool really will provide value for everyone, is we're performing what we call enrichment. So someone submits an abuse report into this centralized system. Really, it's an abuse intermediary, and then we're enriching it. So we standardize it, but then we take that, right now, domain name, URL, eventually full URL, so IP address included, and we bounce it off a whole bunch of different API-based sources of domain intelligence. So that could be things like hybrid analysis from CrowdStrike. It could be block lists from Spamhaus or Serble, abuse.ch. There's an awful lot of those. And we're prioritizing which ones we're integrating with, so that we then have the abuse report that the person submitted, but then we've appended to it a bunch of what we think will hopefully be useful information to that abuse report. The goal there is to move some of the investigatory burden from the frontline anti-abuse person or compliance person or support person, whoever is on the receiving end of these abuse reports, and move it into this tool itself. So what they get is a well-structured, well-formatted, readable abuse report with realistically most of the information that they could go and get themselves. And we're hoping that this reduces the time to action and makes that choice of actioning abuse very easy. And then, so we've got this now standardized, enriched abuse report, and then we're automatically distributing it right now to GTLD registry and registrars, because they're frankly pretty easy to identify. And ultimately, and this is why we're having this conversation, hosting companies, CDNs, the IP community in general, so that we can begin establishing escalation paths and routing the right types of harms to the right places. So a couple other features it's worth talking about. One is that the forms we're using to do this are pretty straightforward. My experience from coming from primarily the domain registration industry is that registrars and registries are terrible at implementing abuse forms. I've looked at them all. They're all pretty bad. It's just clearly not a thing they're good at, and so that's just fine. We'll do that for them. And probably that's worth noting is that not only will abuse reports be able to be submitted into this thing via the sort of public-facing webpage that will be at netbeacon.org, but also we've built these forms to be embeddable, so that if anybody within the ecosystem wants to be able to get abuse reports from this form, they can embed these forms on their website, essentially white labeling them. People can fill them out. The abuse report gets standardized again, it gets enriched again, and then just gets distributed back to themselves, so that they don't have to go through the work of trying to craft useful forms, and they can get all the power of this tool for free. I don't think I need to go into the Xrf component, but or at least not in any real depth, but just know that, you know, it's a JSON format that Tobias's company, I believe, developed. And because we're distributing it in that or human readable, if you want it in Xrf, then you can build on top of it so that you could get these abuse reports into the system. You're going to recognize them as coming from NetBeacon, and then on top of that, you can automate. And so you could say, oh, look, it's got this enrichment, or it's got these 5 sources of information in it. They all flag this, you know, URL is harmful. I'm going to, you know, suspend hosting or IP address or domain name, whatever it is you choose to do. But you can build on top. There's a couple of other neat bits and pieces, but I won't belabor those too long. One is you know, those enrichments are selectable so that you can choose which ones you find particularly valuable. Maybe you don't like Spamhaus, you don't have to get them. So you can, you know, create an account, log in, and choose which pieces of information you find the most useful. You can specify what endpoints you want your abuse reports at. So you could specify a number of different email addresses. So malware could go to malware at, or you can consume these reports via API. And we do allow some batching so that you can batch abuse reports up to 24 hours. But really, we're trying to get people to be responsive quicker. There is an API for submission into this NetBeacon, into this centralized abuse reporting function, so that in theory, people can do that automatically. Unclear at this point exactly who we will enable access to. You know, we don't want to flood anybody with abuse reports, and not everyone is capable of producing them at scale and at quality. So we'll keep an eye on that, but there is also an API for consumption, so that if you want to get your reports via API, you can do so. I've talked about the embeddable forms. One of the other things that is worth mentioning is that we've enabled people who receive abuse reports to label their reporters. So if you have people frequently reporting through the tool to you, you can apply a free text label to them. So someone could be, you know, law enforcement or local law enforcement, for example. You could give them that label inside NetBeacon, and then that will prepend that label to any subsequent ticket or email you get from the platform. There's also the ability to reflect a bilateral relationship. So you maybe have a trusted notifier relationship with, say, IWF. That's maybe a very heavy example. Pick something lighter. You might have someone that you trust very much, and you action their abuse reports essentially automatically. There's a function to enable that bilateral, or to flag that bilateral relationship to help you triage your abuse tickets a little bit easier. So, and I understand this is probably a little bit awkward because I'm just talking about it and I'm not showing it, but bear with me, it comes out in the next 2 weeks or so. What it's not is important. It's not an abuse management tool. We are not helping you manage your abuse tickets. It's not a ticketing system. It's not trying to fill that void. It's really about getting these abuse reports into the ticketing system that you're using, which could be email, it could be, you know, an abuse-specific platform, like the ones from CleanDNS, IQ Global, or Abuse6. It does not make determinations for you. We're not trying to tell you what is or is not abuse. What we are really trying to do is saying this has been reported, and here is all the information that you could reasonably expect to get for that specific piece of abuse. We're also not permanently storing reports. We're not trying to build here a repository of all the abuse that's been reported through the platform. We're in the final stages of finishing the data retention policy, long enough that we can QA the tool, that we can make sure people aren't using it maliciously, probably something like 30 days. We'll keep aggregated statistics, of course, but the actual underlying details, I don't think you would be comfortable if we kept all those details. We're not comfortable with the risk that keeping all those details would entail either. So we're not storing for forever. Timeline is publicly available for June 1st. The recipients are going to be limited at that point to GTLD registry and registrars, again, because they're the easiest to identify. And specifically only accepting abuse reports for malware, botnets, phishing, and spam. And then, and this is part of why I'm having this conversation here today, is where we need to do a couple things. One, we need to increase the number of harms that we're accepting for, because lots of people accept abuse reports for many other things, intellectual property issues, scams and fraud, etc. And we also need to make sure that we're including the appropriate actors. And this is the interesting next step, which is as we look at including hosting and CDNs and email service providers, that we're building the right escalation paths for abuse, so that an abuse report can come in and we can say, oh, this doesn't belong at the registry or registrar yet. This should really go to the host. So then we can route that abuse report to the host, and we're able to check, see if that harm still exists, and then at some point escalate perhaps up to the registrar, and then even perhaps up the registry. And by having this centralized function that NetBeacon provides, we're able to route abuse appropriately and escalate appropriately. And I don't think anything like that exists in the marketplace right now. And I'm pretty excited about what that means for the internet. I think we're going to be able to clean the internet up in a sort of sane and responsible manner. We need to integrate CCTLDs, which are difficult, but we're working on that as well. And I think that's it. So my ask for this audience is, get in touch if you find this interesting. I'm always very interested to hear what sources of domain-related information you find the most useful. If you're investigating an abuse report, what sources do you check? And can I integrate those? I'm interested in understanding how people feel about escalation paths. What harms go where first? What do you see your role in that being? And then hopefully, the ask is that when we're operating in your space, say if you're a host or a registrar, that you would create an account and integrate, and that integration is very simple. My expectation is not that people will be in there every day. It's sort of a set it and forget it. You would log in, you would claim ownership of your host or your registrar or what have you, and the entity that we're able to recognize. You would set your endpoints, perhaps some labels, and that's it. The abuse will just flow. And so I think that's really all I wanted to share. I'm very excited about, where this tool is going and the potential to have this sort of non-commercial centralized function routing abuse appropriately for the internet. And, hopefully you guys are too, but I'll stop there and see if people have questions or comments.
Thank you, Graham. We have Anna here, and we have a couple of questions. Let's go to the microphone first.
Hello, Patrick Tarpey from Ofcom. You'll note, Graham, that the European Commission made an announcement, I think about 8 days ago, about combating child sexual abuse material and probably terror content. Meanwhile, in the UK, there's a draft bill going through Parliament that does something similar around what are described as illegal harms, including child sexual abuse content, terror, firearms, etc. How are you going to cope with the kind of like different jurisdictional asks? So for example, in the EU, UK, you might have one regime in play for abuse where this system could be exceptionally useful, whereas in other parts of the world, there's more, if you like, constitutional tensions with freedom of speech, etc. How are you going to differentiate? And because it's very probable that registrars and other people in the you know, the DNS ecosystem may have some form of liability or responsibility to remove content.
Thanks, Patrick. So, you know, a key piece of this is one, that it's really about disruption and not necessarily a full-blown law enforcement investigation. So if LEA and there's some other component like formal thing happening, they have their own sort of tools and mechanisms, and this really wouldn't be about that. We're not trying to fit this into any particular regulatory regime. It's really going to be about capturing the broadest set of harms and ensuring that those go to the right people. And so I am less concerned about anybody's individual as an organization's responsibilities. And broadly, because that the sort of illegal floor tends to be higher than what we're capturing, I think we're in a pretty good place to manage those harms across essentially the world.
Thank you.
Is that at all helpful? We can feel free to reach out.
We've next questions from Daniel Mahoney in ISC. It says, one of my spam sources is a large, difficult to contact free mail provider who refuses mail to abuse at. Many abuse sources also bounce abuse at or are unaware of abuse at. How does this solve that?
So that gets into, thank you. That gets into the, oh my good heavens, apologies, my phone is ringing, and I'm at an Airbnb and I have no idea how to turn it off. And it's going to go on for a long time. So what I think that question gets at is this escalation path, and having this NetBeacon tool. Oh my God, that phone is the worst. I'm sorry. Literally, it's like a 3-day ringtone.
Do you need a moment to deal with it?
No, it's going to stop any moment, I'm sure. I've lost my mind. What the? Oh. There you go, everybody.
Well,
you're welcome.
so, abuse at.
Pure comedy. So I think the problem described on the abuse at and the uncontactable people is common. And you know, obviously very frustrating. And that's where having this sort of centralized function is helpful, I think, so that if we've routed an abuse complaint initially to this, you know, someone who's ignoring their inputs, we now have an authoritative record that has been done so. And one of the key pieces from people that's been missing is where you go like, oh, I've tried this and nothing happened. Well, people aren't always honest about that. And that becomes really difficult for someone deeper in the stack to verify. And so then they're doing this whole process where they're trying to notify maybe. And so that gets really, you know, it takes a long time, requires a lot of re-verification, and that gets problematic. So now, when we've fully baked this thing, we get into a place where, oh no, we know we've submitted it to that mail service provider. We know they haven't done anything for 2 weeks. We know that we gave them this information. Now we're escalating that further up the chain. Is that their registrar maybe? And now the registrar is going to take action because not only do they have evidence, but they have a record that they've been recalcitrant. I think there's some interesting potential about being able to tie that abuse reporting function together, you know, deeper into the stack of the internet.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Graham.
Thank you.
Thank you. So can we get the agenda slides back on, please? Thank you. So the next one would be the RIPE database requirements task force report. As you know, there was a RIPE database requirements task force that concluded last year, and they issued a report that was also published last year, I think in November. And it contained a set of recommendations that are now being worked on in the appropriate working groups. And there was also one non-recommendation. So no, it was actually not a non-recommendation. It was there was no clear consensus in the task force for how the topic of contact information should be handled. So this is contact information being published in the RIPE database. If you have a look at the report, there were a list of pros and cons, and yeah, this falls into this working group being the primary contact to law enforcement. So my question to you is, how should we proceed with this this topic? Because it's well, the task force not reaching a consensus on a recommendation already suggests that this is not an obvious way, that there is no obvious way which one can take. So how should we figure out how to proceed with this? So this hasn't been sent to the list before. My primary target for today is to make you aware of this, and because, as I said, this is probably not going to be a straightforward task, we have to take it to the list anyways. But if there are already some ideas on how we could tackle this problem, then please let me know. No ideas so far. Okay, as I said, we were gonna take it to the list anyway. So from my side, that's all on this topic. And then we can probably start with our two presentations. The first one is from Matthias Wichtelhuber from DKIX on countering DDoS attacks. And he's already set up, so perfect.
Hello, everyone. Oh. I'm probably also too large for that step. Okay, that's much better. So, hi, everyone. It's me again. I'm going to give a second talk here, this time not about hardware measurements, but about countering DDoS attacks with comprehensive ACLs learned from blackholing traffic. This is joint work with appreciated colleagues from DKIX, Alina, Eric, and Oliver, and from Brandenburg University of Technology in Cottbus, and part of a research project that we did over the last few years. So let me motivate this a bit. Okay, this is the anti-abuse group. I don't have to motivate too much that DDoS is a problem. You're probably seeing that every day yourself. And when looking at the operator's toolbox, how to counter DDoS attacks for networks, you essentially have two tools at the end of the cost and complexity scale. On the one hand, you have remote triggered blackholing, a mechanism to drop traffic upstreams. Simple and cheap, unfortunately not very effective in many cases due to different problems with BGP. It's working on the target IP, and if it works at all, then it takes the target offline. So essentially attackers reach their goal, right? On the other hand, you have full-blown DDoS mitigation solutions, either in your network or somehow rerouting to some scrubbing center. Those are usually complex and costly to set up. They are highly effective because, of course, they're looking at the payload and they are managing to keep the target online. A not that often used alternative is in the middle, because it's not entirely easy to get it done right. So access control lists. They are simple and cheap because you can run them on your own box. Effective if done right, because you can investigate the layer 3 and 4 headers, and it keeps the target online. The only thing is, what do I fill in into these ACLs? So what we were really missing is a comprehensive list of ACLs that are covering the most relevant DDoS vectors. And comprehensive here means multiple hundred ACLs that cover the most relevant vectors. So you don't want to compile that by hand. So we thought about whether we could do this in an automatic fashion. And the good thing is IXPs have a very good visibility of remote triggered black holing traffic, because we're seeing all that inter-domain traffic. And when we're looking at our route service, for instance, we see 3,500 announced black holes on average. So quite a lot. And obviously, the networks that have announced these black holes are signaling that they don't want that traffic. So it's a no-brainer that this might be a good source for like trying to automatically derive ACLs out of the traffic, right? So the idea here is we're collecting sampled flow data, for instance, Ipv6, but it could be anything else that you can think of remote triggered black holing traffic. We process the data, and then we're applying data mining algorithms to the header data. And we could generate a comprehensive list of ACLs for packet headers that are typically sent to black hole via IXP customers. And as a service for the community today, we are announcing that we have published these ACLs on GitHub for you to use, and we hope that you might find them useful. So let's get a bit into the details how we're doing that. So the first step that we need to do with that data, once it falls out of the routers, is we need to do some pre-processing. Because black holing flows are really underrepresented in the overall flow export. So when we were investigating this, when we first looked at the data set, and we found that the share of black holing flows in the flow data that we're looking at is much smaller than 1% of the overall traffic. And if you've ever worked with like machine learning or data analysis, you know that such a unbalanced data set is really problematic for analysis. Also, it's not desirable to have this large share of non-black holing flows, because you don't want to store anything that doesn't need to be stored, right? So what we do here is we are introducing a balancing procedure, and we balance by subsampling the non-black holing flows, so that we get an about equal share of non-black holing and black holing flows in the data set. And that has the nice side effect that we can immediately throw away 99% of the overall data, which leaves us with a very small data set that is very nice to analyze. And also what we can do immediately is throw any personal data away, like IPs or MAC addresses or whatever we find in there. So there's no personal data involved anymore here, because we are only investigating header data besides personal things like IP addresses. And this results in the following plot here for the data set that I've done here. What this essentially shows you is that on the x-axis you have black holing flows per unique IP per minute. On the y-axis, you have benign flows per unique IP per minute, assuming that a non-black holing flow is a benign flow, right? And the data set is nicely aligning at the angle bisector. So you can see here that the data set is very well balanced after this procedure and ready for analysis. So now I need to do a quick detour into data mining. I'm sorry, but it's required to understand the remainder of the talk. So we're using algorithms from e-commerce here. The one that we're using here is called association rule mining. And I'm showing you one example here. So let's assume Brian and Marcus are going shopping online. Names are coincidental. And they are shopping here, and each of them have 3 items in their shopping cart, right? So they are buying an obscenely large TV, a wall mount, and a drilling machine. with the exception that Marcus is not buying the drilling machine. And what e-commerce websites are doing at this point is they're analyzing all the shopping carts, obviously a lot more than 2, but this is just a toy example here. And they are trying to find out what to recommend you to buy next, right? Every one of you has seen this. Amazon is doing that. Every web store is doing that. And they are doing this based on statistics over all of these shopping carts. And one thing here is a few examples are listed here. So for instance, if I'm going shopping online and I have the large TV in my shopping cart, based on this toy example here, you will probably recommend me a wall mount, right? Because you have seen this in 100% of all of the baskets. Same as if I have a large TV and a drilling machine, we will probably also recommend me a wall mount because you have seen this in 100% of all baskets. If I only have the drilling machine in my shopping cart, you will, and you're thinking about recommending me a large TV, you would probably not do that, right? Because you've only seen this in 50% of the shopping carts, and obviously there's no real relation between drilling machines and large TVs. So rules like these are called association rules. And they can be mined very efficiently from large data sets. So there's been like 20 years of research into that, obviously driven by a lot of commercial interest. And it's simply a way to identify clusters of co-occurrent items in the data. So what we are doing is we're taking these algorithms and we are applying them to our traffic data. So we are viewing the header fields as items in the shopping cart. And we're trying to find things that often co-occur together, header information that often co-occurs together, preferably with the label black hole. So how does that look in detail? So we're looking at the headers with an algorithm that's called FP growth that is implementing this method. And yeah, the question is that we're asking the algorithm essentially here, which header information often co-occurs with black hole? And you get rules like these out of this. So for instance, like I've seen source port 389, which is LDAP, frequently used for DDoS, with a packet size between 1,400 and 1,500 bytes. And this often co-occurs with the black holing label in our data. So this is a candidate for an ACL in our results. And also what's really nice about this algorithm, it gives you a couple of metrics that allows you to assess the quality of the findings of the algorithm. So one thing is the left part of this association rule here is called the antecedent. And the algorithm gives you a count of how often the antecedent was found in the training data. So the more often you find this antecedent, obviously the more relevant it is as an attack vector. And the other part is confidence. So how often did the antecedent appear together with the consequent as a share? So this gives you an assessment of the quality of the classification. So 1.0 would mean here 100% confidence. I've seen this header combination always together. And the lower it gets, of course, the less sure you can be that both are somehow related. What does that look as a result? This is also what we are open sourcing here. You get a nice JSON list of possible ACLs, and you get exactly the information that I've shown you before. You get a protocol in YANA as a YANA code, source port, destination port, and a packet size, which we found to be a very good feature as well, in addition. And confidence and antecedent support to give you an assessment of how good this rule actually works. Needs a moment. So let me quickly go over an analysis of the generated ACLs. So on the x-axis here, you're seeing the services that we're covering with the ACL. So we're simply looking up the source port and translating it to a protocol name. The first thing that sticks out like a sore thumb is DNS here on the left side. That's of course because filtering DNS is really hard. It's a legitimate protocol, but often also abused for DDoS. So the algorithm generates a lot of very specific ACLs because it then starts to look not only at the source port, but also at, for instance, attacked services, certain packet sizes, and generates a lot of ACLs for DNS. And if you're looking at the other services that are covered here, it immediately turns out that you find a lot of the usual suspects like SNMP, MTP, LDAP, SSDP, also a lot of new vectors that are not that well known in the community so far, like for instance the Web Service Discovery Protocol. Or here, this is actually DHCP Discover. This is something that is used by infiltrated IP cameras. So all of this somehow turns out. This is also only the top 10 that we have generated. So there's also a lot more in the long tail. The other thing I wanted to show you here is the confidence distribution across all the ACLs. So what you see on the x-axis here is the confidence. So we're cutting off the list at a confidence of 0.9. So anything that has a 90% or higher probability to be routed into a black hole at the IXP is included in the list. But you see here that in fact, 80% of the ACLs that we found have a confidence of 96% or higher to go to the black hole. And I guess, yeah, how can you use this? I think there are a lot of ways to use this. That's why we thought it might be a good idea to open source it. So you can find this, this list here together with a bit of additional information on the format on our GitHub account. And well, you can use it for converting it to a suitable config format for your network gear. So you can directly generate ACLs out of that. You can use it for blocking. You can use it for monitoring, because usually you can also attach counters to ACLs, right? So you could simply use it to investigate what's going on during an attack. And yeah, my recommendation would be deploy it on your router as a list, so you have it ready when you need it, and then simply attach to the next prefix that has a problem, right? It's simply an additional escalatory step that you can use before you black hole traffic or go to a scrubbing center. So that's all. Thank you for your attention, and feel free to ask questions.
Getting my microphone, just leaving. So are there any questions? Yes, please.
Praveen Pavati, Twitch. Actually, two questions. I guess the first is, does the model you're using work fast enough to be a reaction to a DDoS attack, or is it preemptive only?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I didn't get it.
Does the machine learning model, which generates the ML or the ACL, work fast enough to react during an ongoing DDoS attack, or do you have to preemptively apply the ACLs?
So this is not an online model. So the idea was that we generate these ACLs that are covering like 300 types of DDoS attacks now, for you to have it ready when you need it, right? I guess you could apply it online, but it would be a lot more work, you know, to do all the stuff around it. And also, we're not open sourcing the model. That's something that I have to stay clear. We're just open sourcing the results of the model, because there's, you know, GDPR compliance and private data. We don't want to do that.
Hi, Stephen from M6. I think it's very interesting, but so you say you open source or you publish the results. Is it also something that you update regularly?
I think we are going to update this. I cannot tell you in what the frequency will be. Mm-hmm. Also depends a bit whether I see it's used by the community or not, or whether anybody finds it interesting or usable. Also, I don't think that this will age out too fast, because, you know, it's mainly amplification. A lot of stuff that is in there is well known. Mm-hmm. So like the protocols that are covered, and what might happen is that you see occasionally new vectors that are not in there. But like I can imagine that we maybe do a quarterly or half-year update, and that should probably solve most of the problems pretty well that might occur with that.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if you run this exercise again, how much difference there is with
yeah, sure, yeah.
Be interesting to see that. All right, thanks.
But I think it's a nice 80-20 solution for like solving most of the problems, but for sure it won't solve all the problems, right?
Thanks.
Sorry, one more. I'm just curious if maybe, with IPv6, does the less fragmented IP space make it easier to do this kind of like ACL pushing, or does the increased space make it harder?
Well, this is not relying on IP addresses at all. So the question whether it's IPv4 or IPv6 doesn't really matter. We're storing this information away anyways in the first step after flow export. So we're really only looking at the header data, and IPs don't play a role in that.
Any more questions? Any more questions? Not seeing any.
Okay, thank you, Matthias.
Yeah.
This is So I think this is very interesting stuff, and I will definitely have a look into it. We have one more presentation. This is going to be an online presentation on Meet Echo from Jerome Lendarts. He's presenting on proactive blocking.
Jeroen, we don't hear you yet.
Hello?
We hear you now.
Hello,
Can you hear us?
me? Yes, now I can hear you.
Very good. Go ahead.
Everyone. I'm Jeroen Leenderts, and I would like to share my findings about reducing unwanted web traffic to a bare minimum. I started this journey a couple of years ago, and basically when you look at the log files in servers, and you will see that there are a lot of requests made by basically the whole world. And at least half of those requests is not needed for the end customer. So what I usually do is I talk to end customers and ask what their target audience is. And when I have a couple of examples that I'm going to show in the slides, and they are based on 2 different websites, 2 different clients with 2 different needs. The basics is they are based in the Netherlands and in Belgium, so the target audience is pretty local. And when you look at all the data the web servers receive, then you see that there is a lot of abuse going on. A lot of requests are made to find out stuff about how you are using your website and how they can abuse it. Very simple. How can I move the slide, by the way? I don't have any options. Can someone help me?
Do you want me to click through your slides, or?
Well, I'm looking for the options to do it myself, but I don't see where the options are. So please, if you can, yeah, okay. So I created a block list to basically protect the end customer's data and the customer's data. And the biggest benefits that I have seen is that you basically don't need any capture security anymore for web forms, etc. Less overall power consumption. I discussed this also with hosting companies.
Kathy seems to have to dropped out completely.
Let's give a few minutes and see if we can get him back. I think I see him still on the call
Okay.
as a participant.
Miriam just said that Mika Echo crashed on her side as well.
Okay.
Anyone else experienced this?
Jeroen, can you hear us? We do not hear you at this time.
Can you hear me?
We hear you now.
I
Welcome
also
back.
have options to change the slides myself now, so it looks better.
Ah, good stuff.
Okay.
So do you want to just
Where
proceed?
did I
Thank you.
cut off? Because I was able to still hear you guys, but you were not able to hear me. Hello?
Yep. We can hear you. Go ahead at your leisure.
Yeah, let me just continue. Okay, let me start over at the slides. Basically, I created some block lists, and those block lists are so effectively that I want to share my findings. The main benefits are that CAPTCHAs basically are not needed anymore. The power consumption of the total solution and the total actions after the solutions will be less. Let me give you a simple example. When you don't have to use CAPTCHAs in your form, then there are no connections made to the Google services or whatever kind of services you use for CAPTCHAs. When you turn off the service and you don't use anything at all, then a lot of power will be used by forms that will be created automatically by bots. And I have some examples of that as well. There is still room of improvement, but in my opinion, the best of all is that you give way less opportunities for hackers, and you can basically eliminate them from your online services. Okay, so here I have a pretty simple example of some submission forms of one of those websites. I asked the owner if I was able to share the data from his website, and yes, since 1 week ago, I heard that I was going to give this presentation, and accidentally, the day after that, my block list got deactivated on the website with some updates, and I forgot to activate it. So that gives a pretty good example of what's happening. The actual submissions that were done that were good, I filtered them out a little bit, and at the below row you see 5 submissions that were done by bots. So as you can see, when the service was off and Tuesday morning I turned the service back on, and you see after that only good submissions. When I go down to the list, you will also see that the block list got deactivated at May 13, and it is full with automated form submissions made by bots. Well, when you look before, there are literally, with the block list, no false submissions at all. And how did I get there? I started with a WordPress website, and basically when you look at logs, and you can even use plugins like WordFence for that, you will see that a lot of requests are made by non-targeted users for the end customer. And when you look at where the requests are coming from, then more than 99% is coming from data center addresses. So how did I start? You see submission is being done by a bot. You check the IP address, you check the responsible organization, and from there you can basically see, is that responsible organization a data center, yes or no? And why would that data center have to connect to a website of a local gardener? I don't see anything useful there for the end customer. So let's go to the next slide. Here is the second website. And as we can see here, I took the server log, I analyzed the log, and this is the access log. And this website has been online on this server since March 22. And we had like 1.4 million web server requests for all the files, etc. when I take the, is this the next one? Oh, this is double. Oh, I have one wrong log in here. Okay, the other log I would wanted to show you is basically the error log in this website, and why the error log. Basically, I made it in this way. When you have a web server, you can use the host files to easily implement block list on the application level. In this case, Apache or Nginx or whatever kind of flavor you would like to use. And by doing it that way, you can allow, let's encrypt certification renewals without doing anything, because you can do it on the location marks or the server marks, wherever you really need to implement the blockage. So it's only the part of the website that is actually being blocked, and the rest is just being served as normal. The last slide I had was basically going to show you all the blocks that have been made. I do have it here so I can have a small look. Basically, in the same period where we had 1.4 million requests from normal users, we had a little bit over 200,000 requests from data centers that don't bring anything good to the end customer. And yeah, I thought I put it in the last slide, but sadly it isn't. But when you look at that, you basically see that they are trying to put products in carts. They are trying to scan websites. They are trying to overload websites. And when you don't actively block them, you basically cannot stop them. With the form submission, I was able to relay them back all the way to one Russian ISP. And I contacted that Russian ISP on the abuse list, and you don't even get a reply or anything. So basically, what I'm trying to say and what I'm trying to put questions inside the room is, how can we further improve this? Because I contacted the RIPE service using the chat on their website with the question, how can I get better data to better decide on what I want to block and what I don't want to block? And basically, for websites, if you ask me, human interaction, so human-made connections, is what you want to allow. Code-based connections, like scripts or whatever, are stuff you don't want to allow unless the end customer wants to use their services. And think about Google, think about Facebook, think about Pinterest, and you can name them, and you can easily add them to the allow list. So basically, those services will keep working like ever. The downsides for this is Google also processes, for example, a lot of images, which can be looked by everybody, found by everybody, and when somebody from outside the Netherlands or Belgium tries to connect them, even if they are a human user, they will be blocked. Why? Because the end customer cannot have any interest in those kind of users. And basically, what I would like to ask RIPE and the community is it possible that we let the LEERs add more information about what the IP addresses are used for? And basically, are they going to be used for human interaction or for code? And with that, I would like to open the discussion and see what the audience thinks about these kind of solutions.
Thank you, Jeroen. Any questions or indeed answers? No, we don't have one at the left microphone.
No questions?
Any comments on what Jeroen is doing, or how any feedback for him on how to improve his filtering?
Basically, 50% of all the traffic is being blocked and not needed. 50%. That is for small websites. Okay. If nobody has any questions, that's nice. What I would like to ask is, I'm running the last bits to actively put this online in testing. If anybody is interested, they can contact me by email for testing proposals.
Okay, perhaps there will be any questions later on. So thank you, Jerome.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So we are still good in time and we don't have anything on the agenda. Is there any other business that you would like to raise or discuss right now? Nothing. Okay, then I think we're safe to conclude this working group session. Thank you all for attending, and I will put the open issues on the mailing list. Thank you.
Good morning. Guten Morgen. Welcome to the Ipv6 working group. If you were supposed to be at the DNS working group, your DNS is broken. Sorry, go there, fix it. A few things. This is a hybrid meeting, so if you have any questions at a certain point, please add them to the Meet Echo, so we can make sure that everyone gets to turn when it's his turn or her turn or whatever. And the minutes were on the website and on the list for I don't know how long, and I haven't heard any comments or complaints about them. Is there anyone in the room who wants to say something about them? No? So the minutes are now accepted then, I guess. Thanks for the wrappings to see if we're doing the minutes again. And then we have the microphone etiquette. Once you go to the mic, please state your name, your affiliation if you have one. And I think that was the most important part. So you can see our agenda down the back. We have a couple of presentations. One of them is going to be online, the second last one, and everyone else is going to be right here. So let's start with the first one. Wilhelm Bödinghaus, please come over.
Yeah, thank you very much. You can hear me. Welcome to Berlin, the city where I live. I've been living for the last 30 years. We had some bad experiences with walls in the city, but luckily enough, this is over. It has been over for a long, long time. And today I want to have a look with you together into the IPv6 Windows 10 firewall. This one should be for the next slide, the big button. Yeah. So in terms, what is a firewall? Usually, if we networkers speak about a firewall, we talk about a network firewall. We have terms like outside, inside. We have terms like in the wild, friend and foe. We have controlled or untrusted area. So we divide up our network from the inside to the outside, and we have the trusted part on the inside. I know there are many zero trust initiatives who want to change that, but in a typical enterprise firewall, you see something like this. And then you have behind this firewall a completely trusted environment. And because it is so trusted, this environment, we have many measures for security on our switches. We have router advertisement guards, we have snooping, we have binding tables. So I don't see any trust here behind the firewall in our so-called trusted area. So what we are talking about today is down there on the PCs. It is not a network firewall. It is something completely different, even if it has the same name. So let's have a look into the context of a Windows 10 firewall. How does this beast work? Your firewall rules in this firewall, this Windows firewall, are tied to profiles. So you have a private profile, a public profile, and you have a domain profile. Usually in the domain profile, you get your firewall rules from your company, and the other two are self-administered. And whenever you change places, your interface changes the profile and your firewall rule set changes. So you have to look out. If you do IPv6, you have 3 different rule sets for different situations. And to make it worse, you have local rules. The rules are given to you by Microsoft. Then you have rules that come from your Active Directory server by a group policy. So the admins of your company give you these rules. And then you have a mixture of both. That makes it even easier. So you have the option to say, just use exclusively the rules coming from the administrative, from the AD server. Or you can say, use the local rules. And in addition, you have some more rules you get from your company. So you have a mixture of profiles, sources of rules, responsibilities, and this makes it all very, very easy, doesn't it? And today we usually use two of the profiles, because if you are at home or if you're on a conference like this, or maybe if you're in a train, you have one profile for your physical interface. You're connecting to the Ethernet, you're connecting to the wireless LAN, and then you get a second profile on your VPN interface. And usually the admins of your company just care about the VPN interface, the domain interface, and the firewall rules there. And it can happen that you are totally unprotected on your physical interface while being connected to your company. And the admins of your company should be responsible for the other rules as well, but most of the time they are not. So you have two rule sets when you have a secure connections. You have two sources of rules, and you have two administrators responsible for those rules. One of the sets, the responsibility lies at your hands, and for the other rule set, your company is responsible. So this is a mixture I don't think is very secure. Okay, now, I said we want to talk about the IPv6 firewall rule set. So let's have a look at this rule set. And let's start with the default policies of your three profiles. We have the domain profile, the private profile, and the public profile. All three are active. All three are enabled. Here in this example, just one is active. If you have a VPN connection, then two of the profiles are active. And the first thing to note is that all inbound connections that do not have a specific rule are forbidden. And we, as networkers and security guys, say usually on a firewall, everything that is not explicitly allowed is forbidden. The default is drop the packet. But here in the Microsoft firewall, the default for outgoing connection is allow it. Don't ask any questions, allow it. So this is not very secure in my view. But this is the type of rules we have here. And I think this comes from the will from Microsoft that they say everything has to work, because they have so many customers worldwide. They just want the PC to work. Security is of second concern. Maybe this is not what we want today. So it is open at this place. And then this firewall is not network centered. It is very services oriented. So if you see this example here, you have some Microsoft services like Microsoft Edge, Microsoft Pay, Microsoft Store. Of course, you have the chance to spend money, and it is open for all local addresses, for all remote addresses, and for any protocol. And any means here IPv4 and IPv6. So we find rules in this firewall set that are not specifically for IPv6 or IPv4. They are for both, because they are tied to an application, and they are not tied to anything that we networkers say would be anything that we like to have, like a port number, like a source address, like a destination address. So this is just open. Yeah, for all of the profiles, it just says allow. So you don't have this IPv6 firewall on a Microsoft system. You have a mixture of a dual stack firewall, and some rules apply to both IPv6 and IPv4, and some are specific for IPv6 or for IPv4. Then we find in the rule set a rule that says IPv6 out, here core networking, in the core networking group. We have some firewall groups, rule groups in the firewall, and here is one that says IPv6 is allowed any. So beside of the profile that opens up outgoing connections, we have a second rule that allows everything from IPv6. There's no restriction at all. And if you click on this rule, you get an explanation why it is so. And the explanation says, outbound rule required to permit IPv6 traffic for ISATAP. Who is still using ISATAP? And 6-to-4 tunneling services. This is the reason why we have this general outgoing allow rule. So this, for me, it looks like this firewall rule set has been designed many, many years ago and has never been renovated. That has never been, they have never changed anything. I suppose this firewall rule came in with Windows 7. And at that time, maybe we had IPv6 in islands, and we needed this, this firewall rule to connect these islands, but today we don't have these islands. And if you look at any IPv6 Windows hardening guide, they tell you turn off Teredo, turn off ISATAP, turn off 624. But we still have this general allowance rule in our firewall rule set. So maybe this is just old. Then we find some rules for neighbor discovery. This is fine. We have to do neighbor advertisement and neighbor solicitation. We need that for working in our local network. This is absolutely fine. I put my computer to the English language because Microsoft translates everything, and this is really funny. If you want to have fun, turn it into your the computer in your language. Look at these rules, how the translations are. Have some popcorn, have some beer. This is so they translated it, but I put it in English because of you. So this is absolutely fine. This is an inbound rule, and we have the default behavior of the firewall. Inbound is allowed if I have a rule for it. And so here we have the rules, and this is absolutely okay. But then we have some more inbound rules, so we can get a router advertisement. This is absolutely okay. If you are in a server environment and you have static addresses, then you might want to turn off router advertisements because you don't need them. You configure everything statically. But in a client environment, accounting, marketing, whatever you have, getting a router advertisement is absolutely critical. But why should I get a router solicitation? A router solicitation is usually sent to the all routers multicast group. And I have on this table on the right corner shows the joins table of the Microsoft system. If you go to NetShell, you can say show joins, and there you see which multicast groups you are in. And we are not in the FF00::2. But still, the firewall rule set allows incoming router solicitation. And then Teredo is allowed. Great idea. We all want to turn off this protocol, but we have a firewall rule that allows the protocol. So maybe if we turn off Teredo, then we should deactivate this rule as well. So these are the first rules where I would say we could be a little bit more strict. And then we have outbound rules for our computer. Remember, the profile allows outgoing. We have got a general IPv6 outgoing rule, but we have now a third allow rule for router solicitations. Great, we need router solicitations because we have to find the routers in our network. But then we are allowed to send out router advertisements. Are we a router? So luckily enough, we have router advertisement guard on our switch. So we are allowed to send out router advertisements. I suppose this is, again, a very old feature called internet connection sharing. And if you turn on internet connection sharing and you share your connection with the whole network, then you basically turn your IPv6, your Windows 10 box with IPv6 into a router. And then it would be okay that you send out a router advertisement. But in our modern environments, we don't have internet connection sharing. We don't turn our PCs into routers. So there is no reason why we send out router advertisements. So we should block that. And we should block the general outgoing rule, and we should change the profile to disallow everything that we not explicitly allow. So this is, again, a very old firewall system that has never been changed from I don't know when. But Microsoft still claims, if you read the Windows there, claims it is advanced security. So I doubt this, to be honest. The same is true for multicast. Here again, we have the multicast listener query. This is the packet that is sent by the router to ask on the network whether anyone wants to have a multicast group or still wants multicast group. If we are not a router, we don't have to send out router-only packets. We just have to answer to multicast packets. So this rule could go away. Again, I suppose it is connection sharing again, why they have this in the rule set. And then I found something completely strange. We have the core networking diagnostics group of rules, and we have got the file and printer sharing group. And both have rules for ICMP echo requests. So even if you turn off ICMP echo requests in one of the groups, it can happen that you have an open rule and allow rule in another group. So they have two places in one rule set to allow the same packet. And in this case, they do it for IPv6 and IPv4. So it is both is possible, but this is not security. We need one place for each rule and not two of those. I have not checked whether they have other duplicates in it. This comes, I suppose, that two departments of Microsoft put in rules into this firewall rule set, and nobody really made a quality check whether this is a good idea or not. So I was a little bit astonished to find something like this in an advanced firewall. And don't forget, this is millions of users on this planet use this default firewall rule set, and everyone gets the false sense of security. So it's not about IPv6. IPv4 is as insecure as IPv6 on this kind of firewalls. So as a conclusion, here we have a host firewall. We have not a network firewall like we are used to it in the usual way of firewalls. The firewall is generally very, very open. So we have three allow rules for router advertisements: the allow rule itself, the profile, and the general IPv6 outgoing rule. Then we have a multi-purpose operating system that is not tailored to your use. You use it at home. My mother-in-law uses it. Maybe your father, your mother, whoever has no idea of internet, they use this firewall, and it is used in the enterprise where you have admins who should know what to do. But this multi-purpose operating system has to serve all of the clients. The firewall is ready for the PC to be used as a router. Great idea. Today we don't do this anymore, so I think we can turn this off. We don't do connection sharing. We can forbid these packets that are sent out by a router because we don't want to make it too easy for an attacker and want to open everything. And yes, if you have malware and you have this general outgoing rules, all malware is allowed to leave your PC. There's no protection, but then it goes to the switch and maybe something happens there. But the firewall rule on the box does not forbid anything. This firewall is quite application oriented. So you have rules that are tied to an application and that's not tied to a network protocol, like we have seen with the Microsoft services, but there are many more. And if you install new applications on your PC, you sometimes get the questions, shall the firewall allow incoming or outgoing packets? And then you get, if you say yes, then you get a rule that is tied to the application and not to a protocol. But I think this firewall should be part of your overall cybersecurity strategy, because we teach the users using these PCs and this firewall not to click on email attachments, to use strong passwords, to use a multi-factor authentication, and then we let them run in the wild with a firewall like this, and let them go to Starbucks coffee, let them go to trains, to planes, to airport lounges, to conferences like this, and they have this open firewall and they are not protected on their physical interfaces, maybe a little bit better on the VPN interfaces, but usually the firewall admins just take the default rule set and give it out via these group policies. So there is much to do for security on the end host, and we have millions of them out there in small companies and in large companies. Thanks for your attention. I see on this clock that we have roughly 7.5 minutes left, so I was a little bit faster than planned. Any questions?
Yes, there are. We have a question in the chat actually from Alvaro from Ripen CC. He's saying, nice presentation. Should we expect improvements on the default firewall rules for Windows 11?
I don't think so. I have not looked into Windows 11, but I don't think so that this will be any better. So maybe we as a community have to come up with something. But I have not looked into the Windows 11 firewall so far, but it has not improved over the last year, so why should it now?
Okay, and now we have another question from Christian Betterhofer. Wait, I'm horrible in pronouncing this. A question: is there a tool which firewall rules actually are used causing traffic? Yeah, is there a tool which might be using those firewalls rules actually causing traffic?
I don't think so.
Cool.
You have got of course, you've got the administration interface that Microsoft brings with you, and there you see which rules are active, which are not active. Most of these rules are not needed because outgoing is everything allowed. So there's no other tool I'm aware of. Maybe you have other host firewalls that are a little bit better, maybe not. I'm not sure.
And the last question in the chat, sorry, Jan. I don't know if it's the last question actually, from Kurt Kaiser. Why? It's a hard one, I'm telling you. Why is it on your slides link locals are /64 and not /10?
Because I think they are used at 64 in Microsoft environments. So I think it was a default. I just took it over. So no real answer.
Jan-George 6 Connect. So you're saying that this is still a good idea to protect the network with the central firewall and not rely on this?
You cannot rely on this, but you have to use it because your central firewall does not protect your local LAN, as we all know. And if we want to have a secure environment, then we need to use all possible firewalls, packet filters, all places. We cannot leave one out. And Microsoft, in my opinion, left this out. So this is not really secure. And most of the admins and the users get a false sense of security because they have an advanced security firewall.
Hello, this is Costas Zorbadelos, Canal Plus Telecom. I never expected I would be on the mic for such a topic because I'm not a Windows user for as long as I can remember. However, I believe a default rule set is a difficult problem. So would you have a suggestion about what the default rule set should be on all Microsoft Windows PCs? And we're talking about end user PCs, not servers on the network.
It is very difficult to come up with a real new default rule set because it is so application centric. I have no idea what software you would install, but I would be more strict, but maybe we as community can build a better rule set or have some suggestions, but it really depends a little bit on where is the PC used. Is it a very strict environment, let's say in the government, or is it a very loose environment at your home? Yeah, and I know many of you have Apples and Linux and they are not Windows users, but out there in the wild, we have so many Windows and they all have this false sense of security. This is why I came up with the idea of this presentation, but maybe we should work on this. Yes, there is work to be done.
Yes, perhaps you should raise the subject on a mailing list or yes. Something that can raise, let's say, a discussion.
Yeah,
but I think it is a very difficult problem, as you mentioned, because there are lots of different categories and lots of different needs. And Microsoft needs something to work out of the box for everyone.
Yeah.
Very difficult.
It is absolutely difficult to please everyone here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, there's another question. Sorry.
Maria from CZNIC speaking for myself. I'd like to say that one problem is a too open firewall and the other problem is a firewall that asks you every time you connect to the internet and you are trying to send an email whether this is an approved connection. And I am afraid that the area of too open firewall and the area of the too close firewall is in fact overlapping, so that we can't find any useful solution to to have the firewall not too open and not already too closed. Which if the firewall is too closed, the users will get used to the thing that if something happens, if that Windows pops up, is that connection okay? They just click okay and they don't think about it, which is, I think, maybe the same kind of problem.
They cannot think about it because they have no idea. My mother-in-law has no idea about packets and ports and networks. But maybe the enterprise admins, they can do something. They can make better rules for their environment, and they are attacked. They have the ransomware on their systems. It's not the user at home, it is the enterprises, and they are in the responsibility to do something here.
Thank you.
I actually trying to put myself in the queue. I just don't have a button. I have not been using Windows like for years also. I'm just wondering if those rules, especially related to neighbor discovery, might be useful if you're doing virtualization and you have virtual machines on the same device. I just don't know. I'm just an idea because I have not looked into it.
No, I don't think so. You don't need to send them these packets to the outside. And virtualization is again an enterprise feature, and then the enterprise admins should know what they do.
I think a lot of like random users who don't have Windows in any domain just playing with the virtual things on their laptops.
Yeah,
right?
but I don't think you need the auto advertisements there.
Okay, I just never looked into how it's actually supposed to work.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you. So we're actually on the second. So next is Paolo Volpato.
So good morning. My name is Paolo Volpato. I'm with the European Standards Department of Huawei. And as you see from the cover slide of my presentation, my talk is about Ipv6 deployment. Ipv6 deployment status, okay, it works, is also the title of a draft RFC we are just publishing at the V6 Ops working group of the IATF is almost finished, I would say. The goal of the paper for sure is to give an update of Ipv6 deployment today, and in doing that we are trying also to obsolete an old RFC discussing the same topics but being probably 10 or more years old. And also the second goal is to analyze the remaining challenges still to be addressed for the full transition to IPv6. I think that some of you may remember, excuse me, that we already presented the, let's say, first results of our analysis a year ago at RIPE 82. So the goal today actually is for sure to give you an update of the key findings. We will continue to discuss the challenges about IPv6 adoption, but actually we'd like to listen to you. So to listen to the RIPE community and see if there is anything that is still missing, or maybe there are new ideas to be discussed in that area. So that let's start from the trends. So you see here the total number of IPv6 connections as measured by EPNIC, which is the blue line, which is also the measurement we have adopted in our draft, compared against the same measurements done by Facebook and Google. So you see the result that is up to the beginning of May this year. We are speaking of something between 30 and 39%. As I said, total IPv6 connection worldwide. Actually, there are two things. So the good news is that IPv6 is growing faster than IPv4, at least if with the term IPv4, we mean the total internet population, I would say. And the second point is that this chart is somehow incomplete. Saying that with different words, it's probably the Western world view of IPv6. Why I'm saying that? Because there are end users in some specific countries that don't get access to those providers. For example, in doing our analysis, we were contacted by a few Chinese researchers that pointed out that for them, there are users that don't connect to Facebook or to Google, and as such are not counted in the overall measurement. So roughly speaking, they suggested you should at least increase your numbers by probably another 5%. Best case, using the Google statistics, we are approaching 45% of the total connections. So you see probably that witnesses the positive momentum of IPv6. And speaking of positive momentum, you see at the top a sort of summarized history of the milestones associated with the adoption of IPv6. But we are more interested in the bottom part of this slide, which represents the IPv6 value chain. With that term, we mean all the elements that support end-to-end the IPv6 connection. So to be noted that nowadays, probably the vast majority of users' devices do support and do use IPv6 to carry our services. And on the other hand, most of the content providers offer content via IPv6. Probably the only remaining part you see in between is the relatively low number of IPv6 networks, so networks able to carry and transport IPv6 services. That number is our estimation looking at the BGP table, so around 40%. Oops. Okay, so far so good. So that is the positive part of our talk. Now we are entering, I would say, the tricky issues. Now, is there a single driver for IPv6 adoption? And the answer probably is no. Even if you think about the expected scarcity of IPv4 addresses, well, in most cases, that is not a real driver to move to IPv6. The chart is taken from the analysis done by Dr. Houston at EPNIC. So you see compare the IPv6 deployment against the number of IPv4 addresses per person or per citizen in a specific country. Just look at the, let's say, European situation compared against other economies. So you have the green dots whenever the IPv6 deployment is on par, or let's say just above the trends we have seen before. The red dot is where you have a country which is quite low, the trends. You immediately see that there is no direct correlation between the two. Just look at countries such as Poland or Italy or Spain. They are low with IPv4, yet they are not moving to IPv6. You have other countries that are fine with IPv4, yet they are moving or have already moved to IPv6. So what's the real driver? Well, I would say that in most cases, I cannot generalize, but in most cases, whenever you find a green dot, it means that there has been an action, a local action, either by the government or the regulator, or even a service provider that sees the opportunity to deploy IPv6 for whatever reasons, and that influenced the status of IPv6 in that specific country. Now, we don't have time to fully discuss what's happening there, but monitoring these kind of actions is part of our job. So if you are interested, just catch me during the break and we can further discuss it. Okay, another issue that we have found. Just looking at the table here, you see that the growth of IPv6 capable autonomous system is quite good. So once again, IPv6 is growing more than IPv4. at least in the support of the autonomous system. But immediately you get to the point. The ratio between IPv6 capable autonomous systems and the total is around 40%. So the question immediately pops up. Who is missing? And here, doing some cross analysis, the question was, it's the enterprises. So enterprises are still, let's say, passive or inactive with IPv6. I don't want to generalize, but that is just, I would say, one of the key findings. And that triggered a question quite discussed in the mailing list of V6 Ops. So how to deal with that? How to cope with the perceived inactivity of enterprises in adopting IPv6? More to come in the next slides. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, across the presentation, you find all the references that we have used in our paper. Now, speaking of challenges, and we are entering, I guess, at the core of the discussion, we think that we can group all the challenges in 4 main areas. So starting from the top left, I would say the first one is lack of motivation. A player, an industry player, cannot perceive the business justification to move to IPv6 or the market demand that pushes IPv6 adoption. And as such, it stays with current technologies or current mechanisms. The second area is lack of knowledge or expertise to start and drive the transition. Putting these 2 first areas together, we tend to believe that probably here, carriers, the councils that we have in Europe, even the public agencies have a role to drive and stimulate the market or a specific economy. Then we have the third area, we have called it ecosystem. It relates to the lack of development or interoperability of some products or features. So maybe a roadmap is not complete. And we think that here the entire ICT industry has a responsibility to fix it. And then clear, we have the technology domain. For example, what is the proper transition technology to be applied to a specific use case to enable the shift to IPv6? From what we can see, we believe that here the technical communities, such as RIPE, has a role, so can help solving the technical issues, maybe with some new activities or some new proposals. And zooming into a couple of technical challenges before moving to the presentation and listening to your voice. So we have already seen that IPv6 create challenges with enterprises. And we have seen that for them, again, I'm speaking in general, IPv6 is not a technical priority. They have other issues to be solved before thinking of IPv6. And when you interact with the enterprises, the experience that we have seen is that they have their own view on specific technical architectural decisions on the solutions they prefer to have in their networks. One example, and I'm reporting that here because it was, let's say, quite discussed in the mailing list, is, for example, the general tendency is that enterprises want to keep net, which is something good for them. Yet the technical community, I'm speaking of ATF mainly, had something to say against that motivation. Actually, how to, let's say, break the vicious circle and move on? Well, we ended up saying probably the technical community has to listen and involve enterprises more and upfront before taking technical decisions on their behalf and influencing some sort of negative reaction. Probably, we think also that public agencies, so the public domain, can also influence the adoption of IPv6 by enterprises. Think of, for example, specifying some requirements to be complied in the bids that a public agency issues where enterprises are involved. Second technical issue or challenge we'd like to share with you, and that could be used to open also the discussion. IPv6 performance is not yet, I would say, completely good, or at least is still a bit worse than IPv4. That comes from the few measurements active today, which are public, I mean, so public domain. In the paper, we used also the measurement done by EPNIC to consider, the packet loss or the latency. Well, probably there is more to be done here. First, because as you can easily imagine, saying good performance for IPv6, that could be a real driver for adoption, because if the end users can perceive the difference, well, they could be motivated, to use it. And so the question, how to move on? Well, this is actually a proposal. It's not a solution, but can we think of a multi-party cooperation here to start maybe a new or fresh measurement, just to have new data to witness that maybe, yes, IPv6 is better than IPv4 under the performance standpoint. So, moving to the conclusion. Momentum is good, yet we have something more to do in our industry. And what we have seen that moving as a single player, single stakeholder, we cannot do that much, but probably all together as the industry, yes, we could. Here I come to my point, so the one I shared at the beginning. We'd like to have your opinion, because we believe that there is a lot of operational knowledge, sometimes hidden in technical communities, but can be used to open the door for new researches, new analysis, new proposals that could be beneficial to enterprises and to the entire ICT world. So that if there is interested, I'd like to take proposals, and I would say this is it on my side, so I think we can move to the questions. Thanks.
Yeah, we have some discussion in the Q&A. Looks like Christian Bretterhofer asked, when do you think companies in China get access to IPv6? And I'm actually confused who say what here. And it was an answer that currently we see Gov rules to switch to V6 enabling, and in 2030 run V6 only. But really we cannot get IPv6 addresses and routing in China. We got offers from local ISP for /64 only. Mm-hmm. And I should comment, that's horrible.
Right. So if I understand correctly, the first part of the question is when, and the plans for IPv6 only, I mean, is 2030. So that is the time, let's say, timeline for having let's say a good percentage of IPv6 only networks available in China. Now, the issue of having open connectivity, well, we are as a product manager or as a salesperson is, well, let's discuss the result. I'm quite confident that actually IPv6 is not, as you said, a second citizen. But if there is something to be fixed, I would be happy to pass on your message to our headquarters and to give you full support. Okay.
Yes, hi, thank you. Sorry. Jad from the RIPE NCC. You did mention at some point that as part of your job, you do track the policies that might have effect on IPv6 adoption. Right. Do you see any trends going in this area, like some sort of policies having a good impact? And was it more like the stick effect or the carrot effect? Thank you.
Let's say that there is a lot of expectations. Probably you heard of a memorandum issued by the US federal government asking to transition their federal networks to IPv6. They posed some dates. that triggered a lot of further plans on how to evolve IPv6. My personal view is that probably we are not still to a kind of compelling plan to move to IPv6. So the expectation is high. I don't believe that the dates they are planning, so the US triggered 2025 for having a certain amount, if I remember correctly, 80% of, of the federal networks based on IPv6 only. Well, I'm not so sure they will, let's say, match that deadline. I would say it's more conservative to look at what also other economies, such as India or China, Brazil is doing something also, and we expect also the European Union to say something about IPv6. As I said, the expectation is that probably 2030 could be sort of flag day, or flag date, if you want. So from there, we may really transition networks to IPv6.
We have a question in the meet echo from Maximilian Emeg. Your employer, Huawei, has been pushing a different new IP proposal. It's got a lot of tech press coverage. Can you elaborate on how it fits in IPv6? The wait for something better might be cannibalizing IPv6 deployment.
Now, I was expecting this question, but I'm sorry, I really don't have an answer for that. If you ask my personal opinion, that proposal, the new IP, or there are also other flavors for that name, was simply a mistake. And it's not related to IPv6.
Right, so we were supposed to have a presentation by Justin Lerman and Eric Wijnke. Sent an email to Eric just a minute ago, and an auto reply said that, oh, you're here. Oh, great. Good. Then we'll just go on. Sorry.
Sometimes things solve themselves out after all.
All right. Good morning. So I'm Justin from ULiège, and Eric from Cisco is not here today. So we have already presented this work in the ITF last month, and we did it so in 2 different working groups. So we have a link to the draft that we published. You can find a lot of details if you want to. But first, let's have a look at the background of this work. So why James? And I'm not talking about the name, obviously, even if it's a cool name, all right? So if you are familiar with the IETF, you probably heard in a 6-man working group that there are a lot of hot topics. And one of them is actually about extension headers. And so they were wondering if they had to take care of that, and if so, how? And obviously, they answered the first question with yes. Because they recently adopted 2 drafts. I'm not going to discuss on whether they are good or not. This is not the point here. But the question was, do we have recent measurements for extension headers? And the answer was yes. So we have the RFC 7872. Thanks, Jen, by the way, for this work. And the thing is that this RFC is like 5 or 6 years old, if I'm right. So this is like 1 million years in this topic. And so with James, we just wanted to provide some new results and maybe a little bit more complete than those in the RFC, because I'm going to try all extension headers and vary the size and run a lot of tests. And we are basing this on a different approach. And thanks to that, we were able to answer the big questions, which is, are a BiHop usable over the internet? And by internet, I mean the public internet, right? And same questions for all extension headers, actually. And that's what we did. So right now, we have 2 versions. The first one is a cooperation version, if I can call that way. So in the map, you can see more than 20 VMs spread across the world. So what we do here is that we test each pair of VMs. We run a lot of tests. We have experiments for each extension headers. We'll see the results right after. And for each extension headers, we have different tests. So for instance, we vary the size for hub by hubs and destinations, and so on and so forth. And we also have UDP tests and TCP tests because we suspect that some policies may be applied differently based on layer 4. And we also wanted that packets look more normal. And those VMs are rented over, I think, 10 different cloud providers because we wanted to avoid the trap of data center to data center. So those are the AS numbers revealed for all those tests. So if you can find yourself in the list, well, I think we gotta talk. But this is a nice discussion, actually. Over these 44 ASs revealed, we have like 9 or 10 ASs that we are not blocking, which is quite awesome already. For the others, well, I'd be happy to discuss the why and how. Is it because of security? Is it because of performance? Is it because of both or whatever reason? It would be really interesting to discuss that right after this session, for instance. So the results. Unfortunately, I can confirm that hub by hub options are unreliable. So if you take the smallest size as possible, which is 8 bytes, you see that you have only 9% going through. And obviously it goes worse if you increase the size. For destination options, we have a little bit more hope. Actually, if you don't reach a size of 32 bytes, it goes through. But as long as you reach a size of 32 up to 56 bytes, it starts dropping. So it's still quite good, 94% going through, but not that enough to call it reliable anymore. And then if you double the size, 64 bytes, you see that you have a huge drop. You drop to 46%, and it goes worse if you double the size again, you fall to 11%. So this is quite dramatic at that point. And so we can see here an interesting pattern. My guess is that operators don't want to push layer 4 too far away for performance reason, obviously. And so 64 seems a little bit small, but it looks like it's the trend for operators to not push layer 4 too far away. So if you have a better explanation, I'll take it. For routing headers, we have tested all 6 types, and unreliable are types 0, 1, and 4. So if you look at the scores, they are not that terrible, but still unreliable. And this is not a big surprise here because type 0 and 1 are supposed to be deprecated, and type 4 is segment routing. Type 2, 3, 5, and 6 are said to be reliable, so they go through. About the fragment headers, globally, they are unreliable, especially for atomic fragments, only 56% going through, and non-atomic, 89% going through. And for authentication headers, ESP, non-next header, and Ethernet as the next header, they all going through. So as a conclusion on these results, obviously don't use them. It's a little bit hard to rely on extension headers over the wide public internet. If you do that on your closed domain, that's not a problem, obviously. We have also published a survey. So we have a bunch of operators here. So if you can take 5 minutes of your time to answer this survey, it would be really helpful for us, because we would like to correlate your inputs with our observations and our measurements, because it is not that easy to attribute drop to an AS, depending on which router respond or not on the path. We also started probing random prefixes so that we grow our data set. And this is also a mean to mimic a little bit more the technique adopted by the RFC. So that's it for me. Thank you very much. I think I will take questions if we still have time.
are no questions in the queue. Sorry. Are there anyone in the room? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So the last one up is Martin Scheer.
Matthias.
Matthias Scheer, sorry.
That's fine.
And we'll see you.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Final presentation for this session. Thank you for staying with us. Well, my name is Matthias. I'm here on behalf of a company AVM that does these routers, and yeah, so we have to we will try to give you a little bit of an insight into our world, because I understand that the most people that are here today that are more like from a core part of the network, and something that I have learned in the past couple of days is that there is a very distinct separation. So there's even a very cool term for it, which I learned. It's called eyeball network, which I really like. So I will take this with me. So forgot the clicker. So let's jump right in. We're at AVM. We are best known for our residential gateways. That's probably everybody has at home to get somehow connected to the internet. This is, like most of them, a custom Linux-based OS with our own routing stack. And where we come in the Ipv6 field is that there has been a very early project in 2009 with some colleagues from Access for All, which really bootstrapped our development in Ipv6, and we tried to keep it updated, even though it was long time not really a customer demand, but it's really the future. So we really want to keep ahead of this. So just a few words about myself then. I have started at AVM a couple of 10 years ago, a little bit more. And my initial focus was to implement like mobile chipsets, but I quickly jumped onto going to the network protocol layer and doing network analysis. And for the past couple of years, I've been leading our efforts to do a rework or an overhaul of the gateway terminal VPN. And there's, of course, something I wanted to start with before I go into the problem I want to discuss. There's some data I want to share with, because we have a mechanism that gives the customer the options to give us some feedback. And this is a representative sample. So, but keep in mind that the sample is not of any distinct region or any distinct access technologies, but it's just our customers. So you cannot draw any conclusions to like Europe or Germany or DSL or fiber. But I think nonetheless, it's very, very interesting, because you can see we have already here a configuration of more than a half of all gateways that are running our software that have Ipv6 dual stack. And the next best thing is the transition technology, DS Lite, which is very popular in the DOCSIS cable world. In fact, if you would just look at the DOCSIS cable access technology, then DS Lite would probably make up for half of the entire chart. And then we have the red part. This is the part that is still a little bit troubling. So this is what we wanted to change. And for this reason, first of all, it's very beautiful that we have 3 out of 4 gateways that are now running already capable of doing IPv6. But we can do more. We have a quarter. What we need this quarter that is now running IPv4 only. We need this to get somehow connected to IPv6 as well. So we made this decision to switch the default configuration in our operating system of IPv6 as an access technology from opt-in to opt-out. So once you do the update, you will automatically be able to have an IPv6 connection. And the reason we chose to do this path is that we expect that the most installations that are now running on IPv4 only is a legacy setting. So you have most of the ISPs ship their boxes to the customer directly, their gateways, and they have a pre-configured setup, and this works well for them. But there's also a huge retail market, and this retail market, they of course work on the default configuration. So, and when they bought this back in the days and never changed this, then they will never get into the lucky state of being able to have an IPv6 connectivity. So we have already deployed this in a public beta program, and so far there's no major hiccups there. So we are really excited what happens with these numbers that I showed you on the slide before once we have this release really in the field. So now going into the curve to my actual topic is with the expected increased reachability by IPv6 due to the new reachability. We have also upgraded the VPN endpoint that every outgoing connection will automatically try to do first IPv6 connection. So IPv6 is now preferred, and we expect the endpoints to behave similarly. This is also in the beta already, but there we can see first problems. We have, for example, we have a certain type of DSLAM that does not accept incoming ESP over IPv6. That's really a pity, and we also reached out to this vendor, but no success yet. It might be because we have ESPs with IPv6 and an extension header, and there might be some filtering going on there, but well, we can get this done. But the problem that is really not solved yet in our situation is that we cannot send IPv6 through the tunnel, but only IPv4. And the reason for that is that we have in the gateway scenario, with the home connections, we have the situation that most ISPs change their prefixes with every disconnect. So every time there's a power outage, or every time there is a sync loss, or even some ISPs do this regularly. They're forced to disconnect every 24 hours. Then you get a new prefix. So what can we do about this? So that's all right. We need to get somehow across the tunnel that the information that the prefix has changed. So there's two informations that are essential for this. This one is, of course, the route itself. We need to somehow know which packets we need to send into the tunnel and which not to. And the other one is the name of the DNS server, because if I want to reach a resource beyond the tunnel, and then I must first get this address. And this address might not only change due to its prefix, but also due to some randomization of the interface identifier. So this DNS resolution inside the tunnel is essential for the operability. No? So before we get more in detail to possible solutions, we have to discuss a little bit about the problem space. So we know that we don't have VPN does not equal VPN. So there's different types. There's the road warriors scenario that most are probably familiar with. If you get a company laptop and you are abroad, then you have almost certainly some type of VPN to connect to your company server. And in this scenario, you probably don't have this problem, because at the road warrior side, you can just install a default route, and usually the company's resources have fixed addresses. So this is not a really problem. But as soon as you need to connect to a site that is beyond rotating prefixes, then the problem starts. So still, if you're a road warrior, you can just do the default route and send every traffic into the tunnel, but you need to have a working DNS already. So, and the worst case is, of course, if you have a side-to-side tunnel where both sides need to be aware of the other sides changing prefixes. So this is the first dimension, I would call it, of this problem space. And the other one is the VPN protocol. So we have IPsec for decades, and we have the newcomer Wireguard. These are the two ones that are actually relevant in the field. And we have very different principles, design principles beyond each of these solutions. So with IPsec, you have, of course, a dedicated control channel. You have IKE to build up your connection and do the key exchange, and also the possibility to exchange dedicated configuration parameters. So this is already probably the solution for this problem. So you can just add the parameters that you want to and send it to the other side, and the other side sends it back, and you have to install the routes and the DNS servers accordingly. With Wireguard, it's not that simple, because with Wireguard, you have a dedicated configuration. You make this configuration one time, and then it's sticked. So you cannot change this dynamically. Then there's this, yeah, okay. I will skip this Wireguard remark and just go to the next slide. The conclusion, of course, is that we need different solutions for different protocols. So the first proposal that I make is that we have this GUA approach. So as I said before, you have this dedicated control channels that can be where you have configuration elements that can be used to get this information across. Meaning those two that I have. This is the wrong. That's the demo slide. There's two ones that are especially important. One is called internal IP subnet. So this is used to get across the prefix to the other side. And then you have internal Ipv6 DNS. So both are defined and can be used, and everything's fine. Additionally, in the SA itself, where the keys are stored, there's also a selector, a so-called traffic selector, which must, of course, match what you have installed in the first place. So there's one little caveat. This is especially important for mobile networks. So in mobile networks, you had a long time no Ipv6 prefix delegation at all. And with release 10, they started doing this as well, but they have this this special property that they assign a 64 prefix to the LAN that's also that's overlapping with the prefix that is delegated to the UE. So, and you have to prevent a situation where you install a route that would also send your control channel into the tunnel, because then at latest with the next key exchange, your VPN connection would die. So that's the scenario that I'm talking about. We have, excuse me for using these ones, but I think this is okay as an illustration for the both sides. So you have a configuration that is dynamically installed by these messages that are sent across with every connection establishment. So, and both sides operate with the GUA. So if you have here a client that wants to access a resource here, then it will send a DNS request to resource.write.fritz.box. This will resolve this address to address from the space, and you can just send your request there because we have the proper route here, and it gets sent into the tunnel. All right, so this is was the easy part, and now we need to find a solution for WireGuard. So we have RFC 4193, which covers the ULA address space, and there's also the explicit suggestion for the use of ULAs for site-to-site VPNs. So this means you have next to your prefix that is delegated from the provider, you have you create an own ULA address space, and you use this to connect both sides. You have to do this configuration, of course, and you have to include this in the configuration profile of the VPN you're sending to the other. You're not sending, but you're storing this on the other side, because these configurations stay fixed and can never be changed. Maybe it's also the reason because there's so many startups now popping up left and right that take the stock WireGuard implementation and build some abstraction layer around it, and to solve problems like that. So there's also a thing you need to make sure that it's working properly, and this is a big problem for us, but probably not for somebody who's just two distinct sites they want to connect. You need to make sure that the source address selection on the client that is trying to connect another resource is working properly. So if I get a DNS resolution to a resource that gives me an ULA address, then I need to make sure that every client that tries to reach this resource chooses its own ULA address as a source address, and not for some reason a GUA address. This problem is that the number of clients is so vast, and that the number of tests you would have to do, yeah, we need to think about if we can really implement this and roll this out into the field, because we not really control all these clients, of course. There is some way to try to manipulate the way the addresses are selected on the clients by DHCP, but well, it's still a topic of research. Okay, I have, of course, for completeness sake, also the same diagram here. And here the VPN configuration is not dynamic, but it's static. And the addresses are ULAs. So essentially it's the same principle, but different addresses are used, and some way the addresses need to made made available at the other side. So like you do have now to, if you install a Wireguard connection, you have to somehow get across the keys, and in this process you need to get across the network and the route that you want to reach at the other side as well. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have two questions in the chat. Looks like question and comment. Christian Betterhofer asking, any chance to any updates to 7582 still on FreeOS 7.16, especially the Wireguard support?
The Wireguard support is already available also in the beta phase. So if you can visit our website and download the current beta, it's very far ahead. It's the risk is minimal. If you like to try it out, I can recommend it.
Okay, and answer Jens Tersele, I can pronounce it, sorry. Comment, Wireguard preferring IPv6 in DNS resolution only appears on clients implementing in Go, as that is an effect of how the Go DNS resolver core is written, and it's been working on. Okay, and I'm gonna abuse my power.
But this was not a question, this was a...
Yeah, it was a comment,
okay,
I guess.
Thanks.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna abuse my power and make two comments. So strictly speaking, I don't think RFC 4193 recommends. Okay, Jan. Okay, I'll shut up for a second. Go.
I know. Go.
Yeah, so it says it can be. They can be used, right? It doesn't say you should. It doesn't even use any normative language. And secondly, I believe that for default address selection, the RFC is called default for a reason, right? It's how the system does something by default, and nothing prevents a client or an application to do something completely different. So.
Okay, Jan George 6 Connect. Thank you for this. You mentioned the problem of rotating prefixes, right? Please, if you encounter the operator that is doing this, point them to RIPE 690 document that describes these things. And another thing, RFC 9096, titled Improving the Reaction of Customer Edge Routers to IPv6 Renumbering Events. This has some good advice what to do on the one side, on the LAN side, and how to tweak the timers.
9096.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm the co-author of this document. If you want to have a chat with this, we can have.
Of course.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and also please talk to Jen. She has a brilliant idea how to take care of the renumbering events with creating a specific gateway per prefix. Talk to her and make a prototype. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gerd Döring, old-time IPv6 fan. I'm happy to see this. So really congratulations on many aspects of this. Making v6 on the default is really good because users don't know why they should or should not do this, and we need this. And congratulations on working on the VPN over v6. I have complained to AVM like 5 years.
I remember we had, I think, on a bus ride to some social event in Iceland, a long conversation about this.
That might very well
just,
be.
3 years later, there it is.
Thank you. Of course, I have to tell you that with OpenVPN, all these problems would be moot. But this is not a serious discussion, as I understand that OpenVPN brings so much code that you don't really want it. I like the OSPF suggestion, actually, to do the WireGuard tunnel and then do OSPF v3 to cope with renumbering prefixes.
On the first version of the slides, I had a last one with further ideas. I took it out because I had this talk yesterday and it was way too long. So
I looked at the slides uploaded on the web and I saw the OSPF suggestion in there. I'm not commenting on the NUT suggestion, but the OSPF might actually be a workable thing.
It's not a real NUT, it's NPT.
But still, I'm not going into the details of which NUT is better or worse or whatever, but if we can do it without NUT, it helps troubleshooting, debugging, if you can just see the IP addresses left and right.
I would love to have this work with the approaches that I proposed. But let's see.
And if you feel the need to discuss ideas, just bounce them my way. And you know where to find me.
David Lampotter. This is more of a response to Jan-George. I have customers explicitly asking me to rotate their IPv6 prefixes. So I don't care whatever RIPE policy says, I'm going to rotate the prefixes for the customers. So I'm happy that you're tackling the problem and accepting that this is what happens. So thank you for trying to tackle the problem. And I think there's better solutions. So if you can talk to Jen, you can also talk to me.
Okay.
We've both worked on HomeNet stuff before a little bit. So
let's have all a talk outside and we will find the best solution.
All right. So thank you all for staying till the bitter end. Please rate the talks so we can have some ideas. Is this stuff you want to hear, see, and feel? And see you next time, I hope.
I have actually better suggestion. Not just rate the talk, please suggest the talk for next meeting.
That's also a very good idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. We have an exciting agenda today for Database Working Group. A couple of quick agenda items. If you're using Meteco, we're going to be managing the queue through that. Please try to use that the best that you can. We're all working through getting used to it, so bear with us as we work through. This is new for us as well. In regards to our agenda, I wanted to thank the Secretariat and NCC for their help, our scribe, as well as the other support that we have from Ip NCC. Couple of things, we are looking for chairs. We currently have one chair position open, so if you're interested in being a chair or interested in learning more about that, please either reach out on the mailing list or to the chairs directly. As we are working on succession planning, we changed our rules several years ago so that we had 3 chairs that were offset annually, so that we never had more than 1 chair coming up for renewal. With the future coming, we would like to have some more folks involved, so please reach out with that the best that you can. On our agenda today, we've got our usual operational updates, which Ed's going to help out with. Dennis has some information about our current NWIs. What's exciting about that is a lot of the input that we've had from the database task force and how that's generated some new things for us to discuss and consider. But up first is Maria from Ip NCC, who's going to talk about our legal review of a couple of our NWIs.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maria Stafila. I'm a senior legal counsel at the Ip NCC, and I'm here to give you an update on 2 numbered NWI, namely NWI 13 and NWI 2. So before we go into the specific details of each topic, I would like to highlight some underlying principles that we took into consideration when performing the legal analysis of these topics. And they are actually common for both items. So this is why we are, I will take you through them at the beginning of the presentation. So the RIPE database is meant to contain specific information for the purposes that are currently defined in the RIPE database terms and conditions. If there is a request for new sets of data to be inserted, what we check is whether this data is in line with the purposes, the current purposes of the database. Now, if the purposes have changed, then the community should discuss this, should document it, should discuss this, should get consensus via the community processes and document this. Especially when in the new types of data to be inserted, there is also personal data involved, then additional legal checks need to be performed, and we need to check whether the processing of this new personal data is in line with the purposes of the RIPE database. This is in order to understand whether this can be in conformity with GDPR. Again, if the purposes have changed, then the community should discuss this, should get consensus on this, and get it documented before the processing takes place. Why is this legal review necessary to happen? It is necessary to happen in order to ensure that only data, including personal data, that get inserted in the database serve the purposes of the database, and we do not have something that is not relevant. This is also in line with the data minimization principle the RIPE database task force requirement has suggested in their report that was published at the previous meeting. It is also, in terms of personal data especially, this is necessary in order to ensure that unnecessary personal data is not processed in the database. And in terms of legal consequences, this is necessary in order to limit the GDPR and liability exposure of the RIPE NCC with regards to personal data that is inserted in the database. And just to flag that the RIPE NCC has shared responsibilities with the party that is inserting the information. And this is because we are the party who make who makes the database available for the community to use it for the specific purposes. Now let's talk first about NWI 13, the geofeed attribute. Some background information about this NWI. The request was to create a geofeed attribute in order to correlate geolocation information with the use of IP addresses. And the information would be inserting by linking a URL in the attribute that would direct to a CSV file that would contain the geolocation information. This was already used in the remarks attribute. And the question that was raised to us, to legal, was whether the geofeed information could be considered as personal data under GDPR. So in our legal analysis that was also shared in the database working group mailing list, we communicated our outcome, and we basically said that depending if a registration is reasonably assumed to be used by an individual, then yes, the geofeed information could lead to the identification, of the user, and therefore would be considered as personal data. Looking at the current purposes of the RIPE database, they do not justify processing of personal data for geolocation reasons. Therefore, we suggested restrictions to be implemented so that unnecessary personal data will not be processed. Based on that, our initial advice was to implement the restrictions based on the prefix size. However, there were concerns raised in the mailing list, and there were indeed drawbacks with this approach, and that's why with our database team, they came up with a new technical implementation solution that is satisfying the legal and is addressing the legal concerns. So now the proposal is to restrict the geofeed based on the status of the resource. I could give you more information about this later on. Taking a step back, we looked also into what other geolocation information is already in the database. So we have the geolog attribute, we have the country code in the organization object, and we also have the country code in the resource object. Some of these attributes are maintained by the users themselves, and the country code in the organization object is maintained by the RIPE NCC and is meant to indicate the legal address of the resource holder. We looked into the purposes, the current purposes of the RIPE database, and we saw that the current purposes could only justify geolocation information in general to be inserted only for scientific research and network operations and topology. We also looked into the report from the database task force, where they recognize there is an active user group for geolocation information. However, they did not establish that geolocation is one of the purposes of the main purposes the RIPE database must fulfill. So the question is now whether this has changed, because the purpose of the database are not static, they are dynamic and they can evolve in the time. So if this has changed, and if the community believes that geolocation is one of the main purposes the database should fulfill, we will reevaluate the situation, and accordingly, we will reevaluate whether the implemented restrictions are still required to be in place. This is about the geofeed attribute. I will go to the next topic, and perhaps I can take questions at the end. NWI2 is about displaying history of objects where available, and in short, to even show the history of deleted objects. The recommended change is to drop the restriction of the most recent deletion point and to allow access to history of deleted objects. When we started going through it, we realized that the scope of this requested change is not clearly defined, in a sense, which objects are we talking about? Are we talking about everything that has been deleted or something specific? But from the discussions in the mailing list, it seems that the main argument, one of the main arguments that is driving this change is in order to be able to see who was the former resource holder at a specific time. And therefore, we believe that the organization and resource objects are the most relevant for this to this request. Now, we started conducting our legal analysis, and we take as the basis that the resource holders may be natural and legal persons. In terms of the contact details and all the details that may be inserted currently in the database, refer to contact details of resource holders who are natural persons, and therefore we have privacy concerns. We have also contact details of the appointed contact persons of resource holders who are legal persons, and then again we have concerns. And there are also attributes that are free text, and anyone may insert whatever information they like. For example, the description, remarks, address, email, where although they are not meant to contain personal data, they might be used. Someone might do it as well. Looking at the current purposes of the database, and again, in line with the logic that we need a purpose in order for this data to be processed, we needed a clear purpose that would justify the display of the full history. And currently, none of the defined purpose of the database justifies such processing. Therefore, if this is to be allowed, we would need to apply filtering rules that would filter out any attribute that could contain personal data. Again, we wanted to see the bigger picture of how this request would affect the rest of the database and what data is inserted in there. We looked into this matter together with what other historical information we provide there. And indeed, currently, historical queries on specific objects are allowed. We do apply filtering rules in order to eliminate exposure of unnecessary personal data. And we also looked into what recommendations the task force did with regards to this matter. So the task force recognized that there is a need for historical information to be there. However, they made certain recommendations. So they recommended that access to historical data should be strictly should be limited to what is necessary for the purposes. They recommended that the community considers the criteria under which wider access to a specific set of data would be allowed to be granted for research purposes to researchers. And also, they recommended that the community considers how to easily demonstrate the change of holdership changes of internet number resources, especially in cases when resources get split or merged. Now, again, in line with the same logic that we followed for the NWI 13, and following also the discussions that have been happening in the database working group mailing list the last few days, an important question to be answered is whether historical information is still a requirement to be provided in the database. And if yes, to clearly define what is in scope and what does this include. Do we need all information? What objects is it crucial for the community to be able, what historical objects is crucial for the community to see there? And also, are all the attributes of these objects necessary to be returned in the historical information? And that's from my side. Any questions or comments?
Hold off until the next.
Oh, all right. Can I go down?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're going to hold off on questions until we go through on the next presentation and as we go through. So Dennis is up. He's going to talk about our NWIs, and then we'll take questions for Maria's presentation then as well.
Hi, I'm Dennis Walker, one of the co-chairs of the database working group. I've got my presentation up. Now, what do we press to move these things on? Is it this thing? Oh. Which button? Oh, the big green. That's it. Okay, we've NWIs is one of these things that sometimes just drags on and on and on. And it's clear that some of them nobody's interested in. So the chair's recently recommended we actually closed a couple of them. One was NWI1, which was about tracking changes to abuse C when you've got many abuse C attributes spread around your network, but basically nobody was interested. So we've closed that one. NWI8 had two phases defined. The first phase was about the default maintainer. That was implemented some time ago and many people are using it. But then there was this second phase where users could define their own authentication groups. Again, it's just sat there for a few years. Nobody at all seemed interested in it, so we've ditched it. If somebody suddenly finds a need for it, it can always be opened again, but as for now, it's closed. Now, historical queries. This NWI was opened in May 2016, so it's been around for a while. As Maria said, we can only at the moment query the data that goes back to the most recent occasion when an object was deleted. That was a completely arbitrary decision. I wrote the spec for this when I was at NCC many years ago. We had no requirements. We didn't know whether anybody actually wanted historical data. So we went for the low-hanging fruit. This was the easiest thing, easiest option to get something up and running and test it. Over the years since then, several people have asked for this arbitrary limit to be dropped. And up until that point, nobody objected to doing that. So the chairs recommended that we drop this restriction. Then we've had some objections recently based on privacy concerns, which is obviously an important issue. We've also had a comment about whether public interest plays a role. I mean, the RIPE database is a public registrar, or it's the public face of a registrar. So, as Maria was saying about the purposes, what is the reason that we actually hold data in the database? What is the reason for possibly showing any of the data that's no longer currently visible in the database? And does public interest override privacy, or does privacy override public interest? These are all issues that now need to be considered, and they're by no means easy questions to answer. As Maria said, it's currently being reviewed by the legal team. Then there's NWI4, the INET num status. Again, this has been sitting there since 2016. We get a couple of comments and then silence for a while, then another couple of comments. We really want to get some of these things wrapped up if we can. This is about how do we assign an entire allocation. This workaround has been around for years where you split it in two and you make two assignments. It works, but it's not strictly correct. This was raised again in the address policy working group this week, but it was considered this is not a policy issue. This is a technical issue in the database. How do you physically represent this duality of an allocation and an assignment in the database? There have been several solutions proposed recently. Some of them are technically not possible. Although, strictly speaking, it's software. And as Shane always used to say, it's software. Anything's possible. But on the cost-benefit graph, some of these proposed solutions are so far off the scale that yes, we could do it, but is it worth the cost? So the chairs recommended the simplest solution that had been put on the table, one that came from the RIPE NCC. They suggested we have a new status value. I put the name to it, allocated, assigned, PA, but the name can be anything you like. This is not a perfect solution. It doesn't solve all the issues about having an allocation and assignment, but at least it does allow you to represent in the right database the fact that this allocation is also an assignment. So it solves part of the problem. The question is, do you want this? Is it important enough an issue to be solved? Especially now with all the /24 allocations, do you really want /25 assignments? Or do you want to just simply represent in the database, this allocation has been assigned? Over the years, we have changed the structure of status attributes. We've changed the values many times and nothing seriously broke. Doesn't mean to say nothing will break in the future. But the RIPE-NCC is preparing an impact analysis. So basically, the options on the table, do you want it? NWI 10 is the definition of a country. The implementation is still ongoing. The RIPE-NCC expects this to be completed by RIPE 85. I don't think there's anything else we need to discuss or any decisions need to be made unless you think differently. NWI 12, NRTM v4. Sasha did a lot of work on this. The solution was proposed and agreed. It's now an ongoing IETF process to develop it as a new standard. In the meantime, the RIPE-NCC will start implementing the IETF draft and hope to have something, maybe put out whatever, up and running by RIPE 85. So again, it's in progress. NWI 13 GeoFeed, the implementation is completed. That was the easy bit. Now we have these ongoing discussions since we implemented it, especially the legal issues. And particularly, as we said, the functionality of GeoFeed or geolocation is not covered by the defined purpose of the RIPE database. Now, some of you may remember at the last RIPE meeting, I did 2 presentations on the purposes. I was heavily criticized for daring to make those presentations so soon after the task force had completed their work. Somebody even said in the comments that it was inappropriate for me to make those presentations. But this issue about the purposes is not going to go away unless we actually address it. Because we know what the purposes always were of the RIPE database, but what are the purposes today? Is GeoFeed or geolocation actually recognized as the purpose of the database today? But defining the purposes not only affects geolocation, but the use of the IoT object, historical data, whether we should have assignments of the database or not, personal data, LEA access to the database. These are all issues that cannot be fully resolved unless we have this discussion. The community has to think about the RIPE database in 2022. What is it for? What does it mean? What does it do? We all know who puts data into this database, but who takes it out? Should the consumers of this data in any way be recognized as part of the purpose of having this database and having it as a public database? So we have to have this discussion. You can criticize me all you like for keep going on and on and on about this, but until we have this discussion, until we identify what the purposes are in 2022, until we have a consensus from this community on that, many of these issues simply cannot be finished. So again, it's up to you guys. Do you want to talk about it or not? M&T ref, one of those little barely used attributes that most people probably don't even think about. But the RIPE database, again, it's got a lot of information in it. Over the years, it's often been accidentally or intentionally misrepresented of who's responsible. If you don't want to bother handling abuse queries, you just link to somebody else's role object with their Abuse6 attribute in it. And you just have all the abuse reports for your network sent to somebody else. You can reference almost anything you like in this database, and there's no mechanism to stop it except this MNT ref, which I think only exists for the organization object. So you can stop somebody pretending to be you in terms of the organization, but you can't stop them referencing your role objects, your person objects, your maintainers, just about anything. So the idea was to extend the optional use of this reference to put it into the person, role, maintainer, and IoT objects. Again, you don't have to use it if you don't want to, it's optional, but at least if you are concerned about somebody misrepresenting themselves and pretending to be you, you can stop them. We have these recommendations for the database task force. We've added another 4 NWIs now to the list for the issues that are considered to be on the radar of the database working group. These will be the baseline requirements for registration information, use of the RAP database as an IPAM solution or not, another aspect of historical data which overlaps but isn't the same as NWI2, and operational contact information. So these issues will be discussed on the mailing list between now and the next RIPE meeting. Now, technical changes. The chairs have noticed, and I'm sure many of you have noticed, that it's actually very difficult these days to get approval or consensus on a technical change. Everybody's busy. We all have busy lives, have jobs to do, businesses to run, family commitments, holidays, and time to look at database issues. You know which one usually ends up at the bottom of the list. People don't have time to read emails, especially the ones I write, which tend to be quite long. You don't have time to read articles. You don't have time to join a lot of the discussions. You're busy. And so some of these issues remain open for year after year after year. And then when the chairs finally think that after 5 years we've had 4 comments that were all positive and nobody objected, you know, we say, okay, let's go ahead and do it. And then we get the 1 or 2 objections, which sometimes are perfectly valid objections, but it makes it almost impossible to solve the problems. Now, I'm going to make a little suggestion. It might be ridiculous, crazy, stupid, completely unworkable suggestion, but I'm just going to throw it out there and see what you think. And it might at least prompt somebody to think, there is a better way of doing this. If so, please help us. What if we set up some kind of technical committee, like a sort of permanent task force, but with transient members that can come and go within this group? People who may have time to consider an issue. Maybe last week you were busy. Maybe next week you know you're going to be busy, but this week you're on holiday. You're lying on the beach with a chilled wine in one hand and your mobile phone in the other. This is the perfect moment to think about the right database. What else are you going to do on the beach? So maybe this is the week when you can join the conversation and help us out a little bit. And of course, this doesn't have to be stuck within rigid boundaries of the database working group, the routing working group, the DNS working group, the Uncle Tom Cobley's working group, or whatever. Because a lot of these issues really don't fit exactly uniquely within the bounds of how we've defined working groups. So eventually, you can perhaps make a recommendation. As I said, it's probably a completely unworkable idea, but it's an idea that I hope will make somebody think of the better way of doing it. Lastly, NWI versus policy. The numbered work items have been up and running for quite a time. The intention was to have a means of managing and documenting technical changes. Sometimes what starts off as a very simple technical change evolves into something much more complicated, and there are legal issues, there are management issues, there are all sorts of issues. So we reach a point where perhaps a policy is needed rather than just think of it as a simple technical change. And some examples would be the policy, which I'm going to talk about later on personal data, this issue of historical data. It was a simple change. We just dropped this completely arbitrary technical constraint. But no, it's not simple by any means. There are so many privacy concerns, legal concerns. Maybe we're reaching the point where we should say, we need a policy on what exactly is historical data, what is it for, what are the, what can it be used for, what should it be used for, what can we allow it to be used for. So maybe some of these issues are now moving out of the NWI arena and into the possibility of having a policy. So, any questions on this, and Maria for the legal issues as well? Do we have the microphones on?
Test. Okay. Yes, I'm Tim Federström. So I'm going to try to keep this short because there's so much here, and I know there's other people in the queue. But first off, I just want to apologize that I'm one of the people who have last-minute objections.
No problem.
It's just tooling issue, way too many emails from me, mailing list. No worries. One of the main things I wanted to comment on was in NWI 2, how you had a question of like if public interest should like if it kind of trumps privacy.
Yeah.
And I think,
or the other way around.
Well, yes. And I think it's kind of a special case in that, like, I think public interest generally weighs a lot in some cases in the RIPE database. However, I think that's much less true in the historical data. I think in historical, public interest has to go way below privacy. And privacy weighs a lot higher than public interest when it comes to historical data. And personally, I think that for attributes that are free text, like remarks, description, or just contact details, that there's almost never any legitimate good reason to keep that in historical data, because it can contain personal data, and like, why would you need historical contact information? It's kind of pointless in the vast majority of cases. And I don't think that's at all a use case of the database. Then also about geofeed. I don't think it's necessarily that geolocation has to be a purpose. I think the purpose there is to facilitate, the, basically people wanting to link data to a certain block of IP addresses in an authoritative way. Like, it's not necessarily just geolocation. If this was something else.
Yeah, there is a way to generalize this, which I said on the mail list quite some time ago. We could define a purpose as being external services that require access to information in the right database.
Or basically an authoritative link, because all this is a URL. It's not even like the geoloc attribute where we're putting coordinates or whatever it was.
But it isn't just geofeed, because the IoT object is not covered by any of the defined purpose of the database. But in a way, this is an external service of the CSIRT community that uses that data in the database.
Yes, but what my point was with geofeed is that it's just a link to some external data source because it needs to be authoritative in a standardized format.
If I may reply to this, Cynthia, I understand that indeed it is a link and the information is not even inserted. The geolocation information itself is not inserted in the database. However, in terms of from a legal point of view, there has to be clear responsibility over who is responsible for certain data. And yes, maybe the information itself is not included in there. However, the link that points to this information is inserted in the database. And this is why we did the whole analysis over this in terms
Yeah.
of GDPR.
So as many other people said, the issue with that argument is that, well, you could include information for a /128 in a INET 6 num for a /29. You can just put a geofeed attribute and then a geofeed file, put information for a /128. That's gonna be the same kind of issue. And like, the only way to prevent against that is just to outright block any kind of geofeed attributes in the right database.
I would like to understand a little bit the example, and also I can help. I can ask Ed to explain a little bit this outside the.
I'm happy to talk to you or someone else after this session.
Sure, and
you.
perhaps Ed, you can join that. Great,
Yeah.
thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Peter.
Peter Hessler, BSD Network. I have quite similar concerns about the geolocation restrictions. I was going to give exactly the /128 example as well. Also, it's important to consider that for many people, they're not going to publish a street address. They're not going to publish, exactly like 8 significant digits of the latitude longitude. I can give a city or a country. And in my view, one of the purposes of the database is to provide authoritative information about internet numbers. And the location of this information is unfortunately a thing that we need to be authoritative about, because you have various geolocation companies who just make up whatever they feel like. I have a PI allocation where I have 7 different countries I'm located in apparently. And none of them are the correct location. And I would love to say, actually, this is in this country versus this is at this street address, blah, blah, blah. And this, I feel this is an arbitrary restriction based on just the size of the allocation. I can create a geofeed for, I believe, a /24, or is it only /48 that's restricted? Right.
Yeah, that's one of the legitimate concerns and one of the drawbacks of the current implementation. We're going to fix it by using a status instead of a prefix size, because prefix size is really hard to get right. And to say where we say the prefix size could possibly be personally identifiable.
So actually, thank you for reminding me. The status suggestion was not described or listed on either set of slides. Can you quickly say what that
yeah, that was covered in on the working group mailing list a couple of months ago. But what I will do is I'll summarize it again, because there was quite a lot of discussion in February and March. So I'll restate what the intention is and what we plan to do. We haven't implemented it already because I wanted to get the discussion to come to a conclusion and take any feedback into account. But it's something that we need to document properly and have a discussion about. But I will say that the draft RFC does say that the prefixes that are in the CSV file are meant to relate to the prefix that it's referred from, and the client is meant to exclude anything that's outside that prefix. So
correct, but include smaller, the prefixes
more specific. You mean
more specific? Yes.
Yes.
So if you have a /29, you can enumerate all the way down to /128, and for the poor souls that have a /48 allocation, they cannot correct this false information that is out there.
Yeah, but we have this legal concern that you have a more specific prefix that could be personally identifiable, linked to geofeed geolocation.
Right,
it could also be personally identifiable.
But you don't check this for the larger allocations. So this arbitrary restriction is, in my view, ridiculous and is made up.
Okay, but we have to go with the legal concern, but it's something we can discuss more on the mailing list.
I think this is also why we mentioned that if geolocation is one of the purposes the database must fulfill, and this is documented and there is consensus about that, then we will reevaluate the situation from a legal side, and maybe then restrictions will not be even necessary to be in place, because this will be in line with the purposes the database must fulfill.
Okay, thank you.
And just a subtle point on what you said there. You mentioned the purpose has been to provide authoritative information on into numbers, but do we have a definition of authoritative information, or is it what is generally considered from a historical perspective to be that information?
That is a good point. I don't think that this phrasing has been used with the RET community before. This is just my perspective on what it should be, and whether should is current versus future is an open question.
Yes, but those terms do need to be defined as well.
Right. So the queue is Eric, and then Nick, we'll go to you. and then we can do Elvis, and then we'll.
Erik Weiss, A2B Internet. I have a couple of points that I want to address, and I'll do the one about NWI4 last, because I have seen Nick standing there as well. And we already had a small side check on that. The topic about the historic data, yes, it's very relevant, at least for us in the work that we do as a broker, because to see, what are the changes in the past, and we actually look at that kind of data. So for us, that's valid info. If you want to see how we use that, we have that also on the public page where you can actually query that whole stuff. Including the removal of the personal data, so we don't show that. But if you want to see how many iterations this AS number has had or this prefix, it's all possible in the tool. Then there is the topic about process. Can we improve on the NWI process? Yes, please. I'm a co-chair for Address Policy, so I have a preference on a certain way of doing that. And it may not be the perfect way for the database working group, but there are parts in that process that we call PDP, which can be used to smooth things out and actually have fixed dates. This is the timeline for an NWI process. And what do you use? If you call it NWI or you call it PDP or something, whatever, something with more strict structure in there, I think would benefit all of us, because it includes something like an impact analysis. And that's where I come now to NWI4. I would like to see an impact analysis, a technical impact analysis, if possible, so that we can actually see how can we move forward, because I think NWI4 is really necessary. It's annoying for customers that have small allocation and want to assign that whole the whole prefix, and not needing to say, I need to split it up because I cannot put one prefix with the same assignment in the database because there's unique key constraints. For us as a broker, with Prefix Broker, we do leasing, and some of the leases are 22s, and if the prefix itself is a 22 or 24, we have to refer back to cutting it up in two pieces and then create an overlapping route object and the RPKI stuff. So it is easier for us, and technically, it looks better if we can just have one assignment in there. What kind of status it gets, I couldn't care less. Please fix it.
Yeah, so the NCC is working on a impact analysis right now. As for the structure of NWIs, the original intention was that this would be a quick and simple way of handling a simple technical change.
Yes,
the idea
here we are.
wasn't to avoid having all the formality and dates and time periods. In practice, it's probably never been that simple.
That's why my suggestion was probably revisit how we do this, and from there, with some structure. I'll be more than happy to chat with you.
Yeah, perhaps we can take this offline because we're running a bit short
Yes.
on time.
Yeah. We're going to close the queues. Nick?
Sure. Hi, Nick Hilliard from Inex. As Erik mentioned, I have some queries about NWI4. The issue, as I see it, in relation to NWI4 is that it's not about whether there's going to be breakage, but what level of breakage we consider acceptable and who deals with that breakage. At the moment, we have a situation where, as Erik says, there's issues with creating root objects. The proposal that's on the table at the moment for using the allocated assigned PA will create an inconsistency in the data model used by the RIPE NCC. So essentially, allocations, assignments within the allocation block are assignments, except if the allocation size is equal to the assignment size, in which case they are this new object. And modeling that is something that will need to be done. It will need to be handled by other software which interfaces with the RIPE NCC, and whether it's broker software, whether it's DSIM or ISAM, IPAM software. Hacks are going to have to be put into place to deal with this particular issue, because you're essentially saying that there's now a completely new way of referring to a situation where the allocation size equals exactly the assignment size.
I don't think it's a new situation, because this has always existed, but we generally lie because we put data in the database that masks the truth but just gets around the reality.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are hacks out there already, and really the issue is, as I said, is not whether there's breakage, but what sort of breakage we want there to be, and in particular,
what is likely to break?
Well, in particular, where do we want the landing zone to be? Say 10 or 20 years down the line. What do we want the database model of the RIPE database to be like in that sort of time period? Because this is a decision that we make now, because it's easier to do this than to change the RIPE database software. It's a lot easier for the RIPE NCC, but 10 or 20 years down the road, is this really what we want to have as the long-term solution for this?
In 10 or 20 years time, I think we need a completely new design of a data model.
And if you were able to stand on a podium and say that that was actually going to have happened by 10 or 20 years time, I'd be saluting you on your
I said it 10 years ago.
well, exactly. I mean, I'm quite happy to stand at the mic here and say that I would be gobsmacked if we're going to be using a different database
anyway,
backend.
we are running short on time now, so perhaps we can take this offline if we...
Yeah, sure. So the point is, one model, the model that we use at the moment has a certain set of breakage, and the model that has been proposed as the solution outsources the breakage from the RIPE NCC to the community software. The model that I proposed on the mailing list insources the breakage to the RIPE NCC, and it creates a lot of breakage there, don't get me wrong. This is quite a major project. But I think that there does need to be a consideration about where we want the actual long-term landing zone of this particular problem to be.
Elvis, go ahead.
Hello, Elvis Falavi for Escrow. I wanted to talk a bit about the history of objects. The IP addresses that have been received from the RIPE NCC have now quite some history. Some have been used by bad actors and have been blacklisted in various ways. And well, the only thing the NCC does to keep the resources is just put them in quarantine for a few months. And those IP addresses keep staying in the blacklist. If historical data about resource allocation or assignment by the RIPE NCC is deleted or not available, the current user has, well, not really no way, but it's difficult for him to prove that they're not the original abuser and get it off those blacklists. I believe that information showing the history of who the RIPE NCC has allocated or assigned the resource to should be of interest and should be available. So the history of who the block has been allocated in the past to should be a history that should be available. Historical information about objects that are not allocations or assignments made by the RIPE NCC. I'm a bit torn there because, yes, there's a lot of private information there, and that should not be made really available. But I still believe that the information should be made available to the original maintainer. For example, I was seeing a use case in historical information about assignments in cases where an LIR wants to look for history of when an assignment was made to a customer and stuff like that. But that has been deleted, and maybe another customer is using the block right now. Maybe maybe that would be a good idea to be able to just make available this information to the original maintainer of that original creator of that info.
Yeah, thanks for that, Elvis.
Neil O'Reilly, RIPE Vice Chair. I think there's more that I wanted to say than there's time to do it. I don't propose to take it offline because I don't regard the mailing list as offline. And if people have said they'll take stuff offline and they mean follow up on the mailing list, please do. That's what I'm going to do.
Thank you.
And I just want to make a quick note and think that for maybe the historical stuff and maybe also for the geofeed stuff, it might be worth having like some kind of Zoom calls or something at some point where also maybe Ed and I can't read your name from here, but someone from the NCC legal team participate, so we can have a bit of a slightly longer, more dedicated discussion to those things. That's still real time, as I feel like sometimes when it's on the mailing list and like it's Ed passing things to the legal team and it just gets so like so many steps. So
yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Up next, we have Ed with our operational update.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ed Shrine. I work for the RIPE NCC as a senior technical analyst as part of the database team. Here's the operational update, not including all of the number of work item work that's already been discussed. Here is the database team who are responsible for all of the work since the last RIPE meeting. Thanks to them for their work. Progress since the last RIPE meeting. Whois releases. There were two major Whois releases and two fixes for vulnerabilities. In December, we implemented the first the geofeed attribute, as you've heard, graceful shutdown, which is really helping us operationally and is one of the dividends from the cloud migration proof of concept that we worked on. And in May, just a couple of weeks ago, we added another feature change, bug fixes, things like abuse is required for end user organizations. We're now disallowing weak keys and hash algorithms for creating key cert objects. And we're working on switching from built-in Lucene to standalone Elasticsearch for the Search UI work. There are a number of outages. I can't really say much more than has already been said about the network issues. But the last one, the connectivity issues on the 18th of January was caused by a DNS change. We have been migrating from proxy servers to hardware load balancer, and the IPs were shared between environments. So when we switched the release candidate environment, we also switched production. So that caused an outage. The change was live for a couple of minutes, but it was enough to disrupt DNS, the timeout, and the connected users, persistent connected users were affected by for up to 30 minutes. And obviously the fix now is to use separate IPs per environment. So we had enough IPs in the pool to now separate that. So changes in one environment won't affect others. Statistics, so as before, changes since the last RIPE meeting, we finished all of the Abuse C validation for last year, over 110,000 addresses. Two client cleanups of the non-auth source. The numbers are small, but they're continuing. It's now automated. It requires no work from the RIPE NCC, and it's causing the non-auth source to shrink over time, and that will only hopefully accelerate as our PKI gets picked up. NWI 8. Now we're over 1,000 LAR organizations using that, and in NWI 9, the Open NRTM, there's over 200 distinct clients using that as of last month. Person objects. So as you all know, as we said many times before, there is a lot of personal data in the RIPE database. Most of it's coming from assignments, and the top 10 LARs are responsible for about 1 million of those persons. We unlocked 600,000 of those persons in June 2020. So originally these persons were completely unmaintained. They were locked by us 10 years ago, and we unlocked them by reassigning them back to the LAR maintainer about 2 years ago. And since then, so we can see that the LIRs have told us that they are maintaining those objects and that they've informed their users that they're doing that. But very few of them have been deleted, and very few have been updated. And we're talking about person objects which are more than 10 years old. So there's not a lot of change coming into the RIPE database to maintain those. One thing that's been talked about, the remainder of the locked person objects that are locked by the RIPE NCC. There are now 13,000 of those. The difficult cases are 3,000. There's 3,000 which are referenced from multiple objects, but the vast majority of those 10,000, we have a clear link between the locked person and the referencing object. So we suggest that, like the phase 1 project, that we now unlock those 10,000 that we're sure that are linked from. There's a one-to-one link with the maintainer, so we should unlock those and assign them to the maintainer, the referencing maintainer. Search UI, so as my colleague Rehan presented at the last RIPE meeting, we have been working hard on the UI, the web query page, and progress since the last RIPE meeting. We've integrated a page template that happened earlier last year, so now there's a consistent look and feel across different RIPE NCC sites. But we've also implemented the relevant filtering in the drop downs after you've searched for something, and also searching by flag. The 5 to 10% of users who are typing flags into that field, we now explain better under the field in real time how those will affect your results, so it's a little bit easier to understand. So the idea is to try and simplify the page and make it easier for everybody to use this, and not okay, so the remaining work though is to start to integrate the full text search they're currently on separate pages. I think that the who is searching is very good for numbers and for resources, but it's not so good for words, for names, and that's where full text search is much better, and we can start using that more. So that'll be upcoming work to try and integrate that and make more use of our full text search API. And related to that, once we've switched to Elasticsearch, we'll be more free to support better a public API, and that's something that's already been promised. But we will open up that so users can query through who is to our Elasticsearch database. Operational work, so there's a bunch of that. As I've said, graceful shutdown simplifies your environment, means we don't have to script restarts, and so deployments and maintenance is way easier. We removed the proxy servers, so there's about a third of our servers now in production are now they've disappeared. It makes maintenance and 24/7 work much easier. Removes a layer for all of the HTTP requests, and we haven't missed the proxy servers, so I think it's gone well. One casualty of that is the client certificate authentication. We had a test environment in RC that allowed you to use client certificates to authenticate updates. We have to migrate that work over now to the new load balancer that we're using. We've started doing that, but we haven't resolved it yet. And finally, as I said, Elasticsearch, we need to set that up operationally as well, so we can start using it and drop the built-in we've seen. UTF-8, the working group asked us to ask RIPE NCC to do an impact analysis, technical and functional impact of how UTF-8 in the RIPE database would affect the RIPE NCC. I published a labs article. I'd welcome any feedback. I think the next steps are to ask community for more functional requirements. Where exactly should UTF-8 be added? It's not a technical issue, but that there'll be changes needed across the RIPE NCC to support this in processes, the internal registry, and the RIPE database itself. White pages, this came up, Cynthia Revstrom pointed this out a year and a half ago. I made a proposal at RIPE 82. Sorry, white pages. There was a suggestion to deprecate white pages. Excuse me. That it's not used very much. There's 4 references to the white pages organization. So we've been asked to deprecate white pages. We've removed the documentation, removed the org type from the software. We email the persons referencing the organization, and we will plan to delete, to finish the cleanup. We'll delete the object once we've made arrangements with those persons. The alternative to white pages we've been using, on request, we've been adding an exclusion to the cleanup and referenced objects job. The problem is that there's no purpose for doing that. So we've been doing it to assist our users. So the person objects that they're using outside the RIPE database referencing, that they don't get deleted. But we need to know from the community whether whether we should continue doing this. Is it in accordance with the purposes of the RIPE database to make these exclusions? Default maintainer. So as I said at the last RIPE meeting, we're making changes to the default maintainer. One thing to say is that the default maintainer is optional. There's nearly 1,000 LARs that don't have a default maintainer. We need to properly account for that in our software. We need to extend default maintainer where it's used to all of the top level resources for an organization, including PI and Otnum. There's been cases where internal users are using overrides to change objects without using set default maintainer. So there's two processes going on parallel. We need to resolve that. And one of the other issues is, let's say, for closed LARs, the default maintainer isn't linked from the organization. So we need to resolve that too. Upcoming changes. So apart from all the numbered work items, missing history. So this is one thing that we've been aware of, and in particular, NWI2 makes it more urgent that we look at it. There's a small amount of existing objects that are missing some history from between mid-2001, when the current iteration of the database was created, and 2004. It affects 23,000 out of 8 million objects. So a small amount, but it does have an impact on those old objects. It affects querying for version history. So generally, the first version of the object will be missing. How does this happen? Well, it's been a long time, but what I've heard is that possibly because it was quite systematic at some points. It's possible that Whois did this automatically. Also, there's a backup script that accidentally deleted data. So this is since the RIPE database is a registry and it is used. This is a feature that's used. We should have a complete history. But we do have a plan to do this. We looked at it. It's possible to restore the missing versions from the update logs, which we have for that time period. And we can cross-check with our internal resource registry, which does have full version history, so there's no gaps internally. RIPE database documentation. So this is something we'd like to do to modernize the RIPE database documentation. It's currently static text on the main website with lots of legacy pages scattered around the website. There's already been an effort internally to modernize the documentation. It's already been done for RIPEstat, so we have an example. We'd like a consistent UI across all of our applications. Built-in search facilities, this will be usable from within the page. It'll be also easier for the database team to keep the documentation updated. Currently, we have to go through a website tool to update each page manually. And we'd like to align documentation changes with code changes. We'll have a deployment pipeline that we can link a Whois release with code changes and deploy them at the same time. So the implementation, we're planning to do this after this RIPE meeting and combine all of the other legacy database documentation into this new site as well. So you'll have one site to look for all of the RIPE database documentation. Whois tags? Yeah, apologies earlier. This is the suggestion from Cynthia Rebstrom from December 2 years ago. The tags, it's a very it's a feature, beta feature we added in 2013 to add metadata around objects, but it's rarely used. It shows up in the dump files. But it's not queried for. We have 4 query flags, very rarely used, and the tags are no longer updated. They haven't been updated in years. So I suggest that we remove the tag feature altogether. I'll make a suggestion on the mailing list, and anyone who has an objection to this, please follow up. Service criticality. So I think this is my final slide. As my colleague Kaveh has presented yesterday, we have been working on service criticality for all of our services. The components of the criticality will include availability, confidentiality, integrity. We give these areas a rating. between low and very high. We will be publishing something specific for the RIPE database in the coming weeks, and we will ask the community to give us your feedback on how you use the RIPE database and how critical do you find the service. That's it. Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Hi, I'm just realizing that I kind of forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, whoops, never mind.
Okay. I'm happy to follow up afterwards. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Hello. So, oh, sorry. I just wanted to quickly add, because the tags, they were my brainchild at 2013 when I was working closely with database team. And yeah, it's I think we have given it enough time. So personally, as a user of RIPE database, I have my big +1 to deprecate it. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm too fast to leave the stage. If you have a question.
And I'm too slow at getting up. But just Harry Cross representing myself, just a thought about the whole Unicode UTF-8 situation. In the light of increasing GDPR requirements, is it not important that we think about whether we need to support Unicode to handle scripts like Irish or Cyrillic characters in the database? But on the flip side of that, I am slightly concerned whether broadening the character set may lead to pollution of the database, so to speak. And I'd be interested to see if there was some sort of balance that could be managed there.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's something I kind of touched on in the labs article. Interoperability is also very important. That we need to make sure that it continues to be usable. But it's something maybe there are some technical solutions. We can support a subset. We can do some normalization. We can exclude certain characters. We can do all of those things. But they all need to be taken into account in an implementation.
Yes.
But historically, I mean, right now we only support ASCII on names, so it's a completely tiny character set. And the use of Latin 1 is a historical accident. It's how the database supported, what the character set that is default in the database.
But yes, and also the whole GDPR thing, well, I don't know whether the script that something is written in matters for the accuracy, or whether as long as there is something in there that represents that name.
Yeah, and whether we have in the implementation, whether we have two attributes maybe, and one is normalized or in ASCII, one is the correct name, whereas or we have one attribute which has the UTF-8 or Unicode encoding, but it's up to the community, I think, for feedback.
I know, just referencing the BGP tools talk earlier, I just feel sorry that whatever's going to happen is probably going to make Ben's life a lot worse.
We're going to close the queue.
Thank you.
Cynthia,
Yeah, thank you.
So yes, I now remember what I was going to say. It's about the white pages cleanup and how, if we should support those kinds of well, basically unreferenced objects not being cleaned up. And I think there's at least one case where it is, and that's I think it's anchors in RIPE Atlas.
Yes.
Where they use that for contact information. I feel like that's a totally valid use case to have like that for contact and not have a separate system for contact information. So I do feel like this needs to be supported, at least in that case. I'm not sure if there are other cases.
Yes, one other case where it was used as a reference from domain names. So from a domain registrar to reference a person in the RIPE database. That was another use.
Yeah, and I'm not sure about that. That's probably also correct. But at least for RIPE Atlas, where it's another RIPE NCC service or RIPE service, I'm not sure exactly what you would call it. But I feel like in at least those cases with RIPE Atlas, it makes a lot of sense to allow them to not be cleaned up, even though they're not referenced.
Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Ed. Up next, we have Dennis. He's going to talk about personal data in the RIPE database.
Hello again. It's still me and still Dennis Walker. Okay, personal data in the RIPE database. It's privacy has been a common theme, I think, for this session today. A brief summary. I published this policy proposal on the 10th of May. Personal data has always been entered into the right database. Question is, in almost all cases, personal data is not actually needed. The only time we really need personal data is when a resource holder is an actual person. Everywhere else, we prefer business details to personal details. Now, it's often been said, yeah, but the data subject gave consent. And it's fine publishing personal data if somebody's given their consent to it. But this is an open public database. It's available globally to anybody who's connected to the internet. So once you publish information to this database, it's out there. It's in the real world. You can't take it back. It's too late if after you've published it, you think, I have some privacy issues with putting my personal details in this database. It's too late. And most people don't realize this. Yes, you guys, you know, the operators of these systems, you know what this database is. But when you get consent from your end users, your customers, whoever, to put their detail, do you really go into detail to explain to them the consequences of publishing their name and address into this open public database? So really, unless it's absolutely essential for the purpose of the database to publish personal information, it shouldn't be there. Now, the main function of the RAC database is to be this public face of a registry. The registry needs to record who holds blocks of IP addresses. This is the main reason the database existed. Even if it's a natural person, the issue of publishing the addresses of natural people is a little bit more restrictive. But in any case, even if it's a public registry, do we really want to publish the name and address of a natural person? We could go down the road of like domain registries where you can tick a box to say, please don't publish my details on your registry. But you know, you'll get some comments saying that the details are held by the registry, but not necessarily public. We can go down that road. But you also then have to understand there are consequences of doing that. People and organizations try and handle abuse issues on the internet. The police and law enforcement agencies try to handle criminal activities on the internet. They need to know who's using these blocks. So if we decide to take some of the information that is now public and make it semi-private, we have to think later about how do we allow people to have access to the information? Who do we allow? Now that's out of scope for this policy proposal, but the anti-abuse working group needs to be aware that further down the line, if in the end of the day we decide that this information shouldn't be publicly available, they're going to have to consider how do abuse handlers, how do LEAs actually get access to this information. So I say it's not relevant to this policy proposal, but it is going to be one of the consequences if we go down this road. Phone numbers and emails don't need to be personal detail, personal information. Contacts, again, this database is built on the idea that it was the contact database for solving operational issues, abuse issues, administrative issues. But contacts should be roles. This should not be personally identifiable people. The contact name of the role objects shouldn't be a person's name. And very particularly, contacts need to be able to fulfill one of the defined roles according to the purpose of the database. This is not a customer database. I know some large telcos, they've listed their entire customer list in the right database. Everybody that they connect to the internet with a single IP address is in there. They've got hundreds of thousands of person objects. This is not what the right database was built for, and I don't think we're ever going to define the purpose as being you can put every single customer's details into this database. So unless a contact can actually solve a technical issue, an administrative question, or abuse problem, they should not be in this database, with or without personal information. And again, phone numbers and emails of contacts don't need to be personal data. And at the moment, the address is a mandatory attribute of the role object, but do we really need the address of an abuse desk? Is anybody going to write them a letter or call in because they happen to be in the neighborhood? I don't think we need addresses for contacts. I also added in this issue about verification. As I said earlier with the M&T ref, anybody can reference your role object, your maintainer, and pretend that you are responsible for their data. The M&T ref gets around that aspect of it. But then you could create a role object and copy the information from my role object. So you can still use my phone number and my email address. That's why I think this information should be verified. If you're going to enter a phone number or an email address into this database, you should be able to verify that that is the correct phone number or email address. And basically, if you can't verify it, you shouldn't be entering it in the database. This change is not going to happen overnight. It's going to take some time, probably years, to achieve full compliance with this policy if it's approved. But we have to start somewhere. As Ed said, 1.9 million personal data sets in this database. Who on earth are these 1.9 million people? How many of them know that they're in there? How many of them do we really need? Probably 10 of them. So we have this mindset, and we've always had this mindset that it's fine putting personal data. It's the right database, it's the registry, job logs, whatever wants to be seen in there. It's kind of a bit of a badge of honor, or it used to be, to have your person object in the database. But in most cases, we don't need it. It shouldn't be there. And with the quantity we have, and it's still growing over time, we're still getting more and more and more personal data sets put into this database. It's just the wrong place to be putting it. So we need to change the mindset. That is much more difficult than a technical tweak. Unfortunately, your brains are not connected to our systems at the moment, so we can't just reprogram you. But we have to start. Just one administrative issue. Obviously, I'm a co-chair of the database working group. I'm putting forward a policy proposal. I will have no involvement at all in deciding whether any consensus is achieved on this policy proposal. Co-chair William will be doing that. And Eric from Address Policy has kindly agreed to support William, because Eric has a lot of experience dealing with policy proposals. So we just wanted to make that clear that there is this cooperation going on between the working group co-chairs to help determine whether there's a consensus or not. So, questions?
Peter.
Peter Hessler, BSD Network. I have a bunch of comments and I'll try and be concise. First one is the question about law enforcement agencies, and my response is get a warrant. As far as personal data in the database, just because we did publish it doesn't mean we can't stop publishing it. deplatforming information does work. We've seen that in quite a bit, especially in the looking at white supremacists and other antisocial people on the internet. Removing their platform does remove their reach. Removing personal information from right database does quite help a lot. As far as the requirements to set a role and not a person object, I've had situations with especially small leaders where the department is Dave, the department is Bob, it is a single person, and there is not even a department email or phone number for that. They would have to publish their personal email address or, well, personal work email address or personal work phone number in the database for this. They can't produce a role.
Well, I would question that, because even if Dave is the abuse desk, the tech desk or whatever, do I need to know it's Dave, or do I need to know that this is the phone number or email address for the technical desk, and whoever happens to answer that phone will be able to answer the technical? I don't need to know it's Dave.
True, but you do see that it's Dave at company.example versus abuse desk at company.example.
You can set up email addresses that are not personal. You can use VoIP to set up phone numbers that can be routed to anybody's phone.
In some of the companies I've worked at, that is effectively impossible. You cannot do that. And there was no way at all that you could arrange this. And I tried and completely failed. Because in those cases, it was my work information. And I have privacy concerns, which I've established on the mailing lists.
Yeah.
The other suggestion is the phone and email confirmation. I think this is a bonkers idea. As an example, I have never had a fax machine. I've never had a fax machine at the company I worked at. And I don't know if it's still true, but I have had some objects where a fax number was required to be published. And I had to create 0000000, etc., just to comply with this requirement. It is clearly false. But if I didn't have a bogus fax number, I could not update the object or create the object. And those are required for operational purposes.
Well, then we should look at whether we should require fax numbers in the future.
That's very true, but there are other cases where a phone number is not relevant in any case, or an email address may not be relevant. And requiring validation of this is silly. Like, you call someone, I don't recognize the number, I'm not going to answer. You email somebody, I assume it's spam.
But are you saying then it's perfectly fine for you to enter my phone number if you happen to know it?
It is better to not have a phone number field than to require validation. And somebody calls you, how do you know what they're asking is the truth? How do you know their responses are accurate?
Yeah. Okay.
I mostly agree with pretty much most of Peter's points. However, I guess it's not really the validation that I have an issue with, but that's still, I'm not sure about facts, but, and also I'm not sure if we want to keep supporting person objects being created, but person objects, unlike role objects, still require a phone number, as far as I'm aware. And that feels a bit dumb for the reasons mentioned. Sadly, I think like making it clear that this is one person's individual email address is still useful to be able to mark that in the right database. So making everyone use role objects, even when it's just individual personal data, I don't think that's something we want to do. I think we want to know when there is personal data.
I think we want to know that there isn't any personal data.
Well, yes, but like if there is personal data, which there sadly probably in some cases will always be, I think we at least want to know that there is. We don't want to pretend like it's not.
Yeah.
And then
that's why I said we need a mindset change.
Yes, but also we need to remove the phone number requirement on the person object.
Yeah.
And also, I agree with you, remove the address requirements for role and person objects, because I can't imagine many cases when that would be needed. And sure, make it optional, allow people to put in an address, but don't require it, because it's kind of like, yeah, who would send the post to an abuse contact?
Yeah.
Leo?
Leo Pagoda, speaking for myself. I broadly agree with you. The database is hugely polluted by a lot of irrelevant person data. I also broadly agree with you that this is going to be a massive project. It's not just, though, a change in mindset. It's a change in a lot of software at a lot of organizations around the region that automate. And so this isn't just a RIPE NCC thing. This is a RIPE community and RIPE NCC member customer thing. And it requires a lot of work. And we should look at that significant workflow issue before we even start looking at the technology. And finally, we also need to look at the fact that phone numbers might well be going away in the not hugely distant future. And postal addresses, well, the daily postal delivery is already going away in parts of the region. And we can't expect that postal delivery is going to stay forever. So we need to look at the whole contact model.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
Elvis.
Hi, Elvis Vela, P4S Crow. I wanted to say that data registered in the RIPE database becomes outdated and stale in time. And a lot of data remains in the database long after the assignment has been modified or deleted. And a lot of that data is also personal data. So I think we should come up with a solution to delete unused or stale data. Maybe, I don't know, require the LIR to confirm the object is in the database and an INET num, INET6 num, route, person, role, whatever is still needed. I don't know, once a year, once every 5 years, we'll figure out a way. But I think we need to somehow find a way to clean the database because it's full of objects that were created in 1995 and that have not been used since 1996.
Well, you can't be sure that it hasn't been used. It might actually still be in use and perfectly valid. There are objects in there that have been there 20 years.
And then you ask the LIR to confirm that this object is still up to date and still valid and is still needed in the RIPE database. And
I think following on from what
it stays there.
I think following on from what Leo's just said, if we're going to start asking all our members to annually confirm that all their objects in the RIPE database are still valid and should still be there, I think you better put your hard hat on and duck while the bricks are flying.
Well, okay, you don't do it once a year. You do it when the ARC happens. And that ARC is once every several years with, or maybe 5 more, maybe
I
more
take your
years
point.
With every LIR.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Elvis.
Matthias Merkel with Stekla. So I do acknowledge that removing full addresses for individuals does make sense from a privacy perspective. However, we need to keep in mind that there are multiple people with the same name, and at least having something like a city or something on there might help identifying who is actually meant by the object. I do believe that RIPE actually removed the address line on at least some organizations owned by people. So yeah, that might be a compromise that makes sense to do.
Thank you.
Real quick.
I just want to clarify that I think while yes, it does make it difficult to identify which exact person it is, I think that's kind of the point. We don't want you to be able to identify one exact person because it's just contact information, not information meant to identify an individual.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Peter Hessler, I did want to comment on that specifically. So as you know, I mentioned on the main list that I'm keeping my address private for personal safety reasons.
Yeah.
I personally have no issues with RIPE NCC having my home address as part of the registration information and then keeping it private internal. I also generally don't have a problem with having a city or regional information available. So I could be identified as being that's Peter Hessler for other questions and other searches that could be made based on that. So
Yeah.
I feel my especially living in Berlin, you know, quite a few million people living here.
But if you lived in a little village, that might be a different situation.
True, and I think there should be a balance between the two, and I'm not entirely sure the best way of doing that.
Yeah.
But I think some sort like Peter Hessler Germany could be some, and then having a unique identifier that then somebody who needs to go to their IPNCC for more information could provide, and if they have a valid warrant or other reasonable information,
yeah,
then they could get it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So
we have one question online, and then we're going to wrap up. I know we're at the end of time. This is Florian Streetbelt from MPI regarding the get a warrant comment earlier. Please keep the possibility to publish public contact data, as I prefer to get a call from the police riding in with a warrant and taking all devices with them, which is what police do in Germany when they get a warrant on IT crime.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
yeah. So let's take it onto the mailing list, and please keep your comments and thoughts coming. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Nobody got shot or stabbed.
Hello, everyone. Hey, come in, have a seat. Welcome to the community plenary of RIPE 84. Before we start, I wanted to make just a couple of announcements. If you have not voted yet for the PC elections, you can still do that for another hour until 5 o'clock. If you go to ripe84.ripe.net, there is a button right on the homepage. PC elections is probably called, or vote for PC elections. So we have 7 candidates this time, so there really is something to vote for 2 seats. So that's good. It's great to see so much participation. And the other thing I was asked to mention is that the last Kahoot quiz for this week will take place after this session on Thursday. So we're not going to have another Kahoot quiz tomorrow after the closing plenary. So if you still want to participate and have a chance to win a prize, yeah, there's one more chance today. Right, I guess everyone who's interested in this is here. Everybody else is out in the sun, rightly so. I wish I could do that. But let's start the community plenary. We have a few agenda items I want to show you. I'm going to give you a quick update about what the RIPE chair team, so Neil O'Reilly, or maybe I should have introduced myself. I'm Miriam Kuhn, I'm the RIPE chair. And there's Neil O'Reilly, he's the RIPE vice chair. And we're running this together, so we're chairing this session together. Neil's going to help out with the queue, both online and in the room, and then also online question answers. So I'll give you a quick update of what we've been doing lately. And then we'll have an update by Hisham Ibrahim, the RIPE NCC, about what the RIPE NCC is doing for the RIPE community or for the community at large. After that, Hans-Peter Hollen, the managing director of the RIPE NCC, in this case, in this function of the member of the Numbers Resource Organization, the NRO, will give you an update for what they're doing together with the other RIRs. And then we'll have a presentation by Göran Marby, CEO of ICANN, who will join us remotely. And we'll have some space after that, some time where we can ask him some questions, maybe we can have a bit of a discussion. And then at the end, we'll have an award ceremony in the name of Rob Loxall. Right, you should start my clock now. I only have 7 minutes left. That's not fair. Get 10 minutes. Anyway, I'll hurry. I'll get through this. There's not much. If you want to, if you want to follow, this is like a summary of what I've been updating you all every month on RIPE Labs. So we're publishing these RIPE Labs articles once a month to keep you a bit more informed of what we've been doing. And we also, one thing that is a reoccurring theme is kind of visibility. I really want to kind of promote RIPE and make it more visible and more accessible also for newcomers. And I'm really excited to see so many new people here at this meeting also. And I've been talking to a number and they seem to be enjoying it, which is great. And so in order to also make that more visible on the website, we have a few new features there. There is a community news section now, like you might have seen on the RIPE NCC publishes news items, and now we also have community news items. Like the next RIPE meeting, or look at this document or whatever. And so in addition to that, we'll also have a page with ongoing activities currently ongoing in the community, which I think is nice for us, for the community to keep track of where we are at with certain activities, but also for newcomers if they come to the page to see what the community is currently working with, kind of on a grand scale. It doesn't show all the working group activities that's separately in the working group pages. This is more community, at large activities. It looks like this. So you can see the activity. For instance, the PDP is being revised currently. There's a link to the latest mail that I've sent out, and then the action currently is it asks for feedback from the community. And there are other items on that list. And there's a link to that. And then, yeah, last but not least, the labs articles I already mentioned that we're publishing once a month, roughly. Again, I mean, our visibility, inclusion, we've changed the website a little bit, but thanks to the WIPE NCC, they're helping us to continuously improve it, make it a bit more accessible. This is already from last time. If you go to the wipe.net page and you click on the WIPE logo, you'll end up on a page where you can see all these working groups. And you can click on the working groups. It's a bit easier than navigating the side menu. But then if you dive into one of those working groups, for instance, here, as an example, the address policy working group, they have some of the working groups, not all yet, but some of them have a little introduction video that you can see here on top. And then under that, there's also a table where you can see who the chairs are. Underneath is also pictures and biographies of all the chairs. But in this is new information where you can also see when they started, what their start term is and what their end term is, and when the next selection will take place. And then you can maybe go talk to them, think about if you would like to stand as a candidate. And it just adds more transparency, I think, to the working group chair, co-chairs. Again, maybe in the scope of WIPE visibility and outreach, we've also been participating in some events, mostly online so far, even though Neil actually participated in the real world at the HCANet meeting, the NREN meeting in Ireland. So we're starting to go, I'll go to ICANN, the ICANN meeting. Neil is planning to go to the TNC conference, the NREN conference later next month. We've also started, I mentioned this in one of the working groups, we've started a project to reach out to students, and I would like to continue that also. And I think that has already shown a little effect. We've seen a few more students here on the registration page, so they managed to come to the meeting here. And yeah, we continue to also work with the WIPE NCC staff to make sure the new WIPE NCC staff gets to know the community a bit better as well. And we are working on 2 new documents already for some time. This is one of them, the definition and guidelines for WIPE task forces. This was one recommendation by the Accountability Task Force that published a report some years ago, and that we tackled this one. And so Neil has been mostly running this, and he sent out an email recently to the WIPE list with a hopefully final version. There's a deadline to the 30th of May, and then after that, a last call. So far, there was really good feedback on this final version. I think we're almost there, and that gives some guidance to people in the future who want to run a task force, what it takes, how a task force is structured, who makes decisions, and so forth. And the other document that's been going on for a while that I've sent a mail to the WIPE list some time ago about the revised policy development process document, and we've been discussing this here last time, and then also after the last meeting we organized an online event session on Zoom where we only focused on that particular document, and I walked through some suggested changes and revisions, and we gathered feedback, and after that we published a new version. And at the moment, the version I just sent out 2 weeks ago or last week. God, these meetings, they always ruin my time, my feeling for time. I don't know how long I'm here already. So the main changes there was that we realized that this notion of like a difference between an author and an owner, that was confusing. So we took that out. Every document has an owner as an author. And then, yeah, the documents, when they reach consensus, they're kind of owned by the community. But it was a bit confusing to have that specified in that particular document. We received some feedback about the idea to share an idea for a policy with the community before entering the formal process, and that has mostly received very positive feedback. And I've seen also it's been used now, I think this week in the address policy working group, there was a presentation just to kind of test the waters. I have this idea, what do you think, before actually entering the formal PDP process. So we kept that in there and just kind of strengthened the language and yeah, added some more motivation to that. And the appeals process, after we had this appeal, was it already 2 years ago now? We reviewed the whole appeals process, and we've been changing or adjusting the language in the PDP and clarified a few words there, but it hasn't changed much since the last version, because the feedback that we received was, it was pretty solid. And then we also kept a section at the end where it says how the PDP document is changed, and that's why community consensus as all the other RIPE governance documents. Right, so if you want to have a look at it, there is also a red line version, or I think it's actually blue or green line at the moment, and the deadline is like 27th of May. And we would also like to see, get some feedback if you actually agree with the new version. That would be really helpful, because otherwise it's really hard for us to know if there's consensus and if you think this is a good version to publish and move ahead with. Yeah, at the last meeting, the RIPE database task, the RIPE database requirements task force, it should say, RIPE database requirements task force published their report of recommendations and closed. Task force is closed, and there's a list of recommendations here on this URL, on this website. And you can also see next to this is like a table, and you can see which working group is now looking at what of the recommendations, and we're going to continue to update that page so we see what the status is. It doesn't mean that all the recommendations in there will necessarily have to be implemented. That really depends on the discussions in these working groups where the recommendations will be discussed. But you can then at least see the status and then maybe a link to the discussion on the mailing lists on that page. And yeah, last but not least, here's again a link to our labs articles. That's really all I had to say, and I didn't want to repeat everything that's in there. So, but yeah, were there any questions, anything I left out, anything you were wondering about? We have, well, according to this clock, 20 seconds, but I don't think that's fair. Is there anything online? Any questions, Neil? Nope. All right. Well, then, as the next presenter, I'm just quickly going back to my agenda. Oops. Oh, no, it's Hisham. I know. We know him. He's just standing right there. There you go. So Hisham will give you an update of the community activities that the RIPE NCC has been doing, and maybe an outlook into the future as well. So if you could share Hisham's presentation.
Thank you, Mariam, for that. Hello, everyone. My name is Hisham Ibrahim, as Mariam introduced me. For the past 8 years, I've been working for the RIPE NCC on various community-related initiatives throughout the service region. And for the past 10 months, I've had the privilege of being appointed as the first official Chief Community Officer for the RIPE NCC. This presentation is meant to talk a little bit about the logic that we've been implemented since. I gave a talk at the previous RIPE meeting that spoke a little bit about what we were planning on doing. So this will build on that a bit and also report on some of the activities that we've been busy doing since the previous RIPE meeting till now. So if you've heard me talk at all during these 10 months, then you've probably seen this slide before. I apologize if you saw it multiple times, but I like this slide. It comes from the first time that I addressed the RIPE NCC staff, trying to let them know my priorities for the next year and what I think is supposed to be a priority. And 10 months later, it's still something that we're actively working on, and it is very true today as it was then. Going through them very quickly, because like I said, there's a whole talk about it at the last meeting. It talks about us trying to understand better what the community needs, rather than assuming we know what they need. So going out there, having the dialogues, understanding, and then providing them all that. Also making an effort in institutionalizing that within the organization, so that we don't lose that as good people leave the company and grow elsewhere. We don't end up losing that understanding and knowledge. The second bit basically talks about how we're distributed and configured. how can we be more optimal in providing more meaningful impact, which is what we want to see at the end of the day, and how we can create better workforces for that. And this very psychedelic pyramid next to it talks about the effort that we put at the beginning. So we used to report mainly on like the different activities and the departments and what they were doing, but we put time and effort into trying to understand better the purpose of what we're trying to do. So why we do what we do rather than what it is that we do. And we ended up with this. The reason why it's very psychedelic that way is because they all bleed into each other. But we found three very distinct whys for what we do, which is community building and member engagement, community learning and development, and we consider those to be the base of everything that we do. So the stronger that is, the easier it becomes for us to do more community coordination and collaboration. And there will be slides that talk about these a little bit more as we go. Last but not least, building ecosystems around our data services. And there's a whole logic to this, because if we understand what people need and we are able to provide them meaningful, insightful data, then it will get people excited and engaged with it. And as they get more excited and engaged with it, they provide us more data and information and knowledge. And we use that, so on and so forth. So rinse and repeat, and hopefully that loop continues. So that, in a nutshell, is a big part of the logic there. Since the last RIPE meeting, the RIPE NCC published a strategic document that talked about the next 5 years. The link to it is on the slides. If you haven't read it already, I advise you to do so. In that document, it talks about 5 strategic objectives. And while the community and engagement team within the RIPE NCC contributes towards all 5 of them in different capacities, some of them that we lead, some of them that we support. But the one that speaks the most to what we do on a regular basis is the first one, which is basically support an open, inclusive, and engaged RIPE community. It's from the community that we get our mandate, and we work hard on trying to support the development of the entire community. Now, the document goes and explains in a little bit more detail after that, so breaking the objectives into different strategies. And as you can see, the strategies correspond nicely to the different whys that we had identified before. And that's obviously no coincidence. So the first 3 strategies talk mainly about creating and fostering environments for dialogues and feedback loops. It talks about being inclusive and being diverse. It also talks about supporting the open community here. And it's represented with this continuous feedback loop, right? Now, second one is maintaining excellent relationships with technical, governmental, and standardizing bodies, basically how we fit in the bigger picture, symbolized by the puzzle piece that we represent. And last but not least, increasing community knowledge through community learning and development activities, the light bulb, right? And all the training and all the different activities that we do there. And again, corresponding to the pyramid that you saw before. Now, moving from strategy to tactics a little bit, we also published the activity plan and budget. And I wanted to highlight the thinking of how we plan on taking these high-level strategies into what we do on a regular basis. So the activity plan and budget talks about, we have 51 budgeted FTEs. We're not running at maximum capacity yet, but we're quite close there. We also have a number of consultants that provide us with political, public relations, and business intelligence that help us do the job that we do. We are distributed and have presence, people on the ground in 7 countries. You can see their country codes here. Basically, United Arab Emirates, Armenia, Austria, Netherlands, Serbia, Russia, and Ukraine. So you can see we have added a little bit more to our distribution in the region. The idea is to be closer so that we can understand the needs better with local understanding of the culture, the history, the language, and other factors as well. The graph here talks about how we're actually configured internally. So while we report externally in the activity plan and budget across those 3 main purposes, making it easier for us to compare over the years of how we're spending our money, and you can hold us more accountable to, are we getting closer to the goals that we set or not? Internally, it makes it easier for us to configure as well across these different activities that we have listed here. And I'll go through them very quickly. So we have roughly €5 million for all the activities related to communications, web services, the platforms that we provide, the events like the RIPE meeting here, and the other meetings that we organize, community development, the people that are actually out there soliciting that information on what the community needs and trying to create the mechanisms and the vehicles for that, and membership engagement that focuses a little bit more on the needs of our membership from the RIPE NCC. You would know some of the great work that happens there, like the roadmaps that get produced, and we got a lot of engagement on them. We started doing them from last year, but you also heard Felipe yesterday talking about member satisfaction, right? This is work that we contribute towards that. The second budget line corresponds to community learning and development. It's quite clear from the name. We have around 2.6 million euro for that. It's the people that go and do the training and deliver the content, but also more importantly, the people that are supporting them, building the curriculums and building the content and building top-notch quality content for that. I always say that's the pot of gold that we're investing in. By building that content, it helps us do anything. Last but not least, community coordination collaboration. Again, how we fit in the bigger picture here. That's around 1.4 million to all the efforts towards public policy and internet governance. And the reason why I have dotted lines there is we can add now in the background more functions as we need them, but keeping those reporting lines to the community very clear on what we're trying to accomplish, rather than how we're doing that. Now, enough about the logic behind the madness. Some reporting, I promised that, right? So looking at some of the strategic goals and dissecting a little bit more. So creating and fostering environments for dialogues, right? The obvious one being, well, RIPE 84. Thank you very much. We put a lot of effort in trying to organize it in a very difficult time. And I must give the utmost respect to the events team that actually managed to do this while in the most insane circumstance that I think anybody has organized an event in this kind of scale. But other than this event, we've also done before this, we've done another event. So we had a little pilot that we could test the hybrid format. So our first hybrid meeting was actually SEE 10, which was done roughly a month ago in Slovenia. Very well, highly attended, not that much different from what you're seeing here. Everybody very happy and excited to see each other. And it felt very surreal for everyone. It's like, you know, how Thanos kind of snapped everybody out of existence for 2 years and then we were brought back and everything was like normal. That's exactly how it felt. It was, it's like we weren't away for 2 years. It was just like we saw each other like a month ago or in another conference somewhere, right? But it's weird. And I think we're all still processing it, but it was an amazing feeling. Now, I want to highlight a little bit more also one of the sessions that were there. So there was an excellent presentation that was done during the session, followed by a great panel. And I want to focus a little bit up on the story of this, not necessarily the work itself, but how that work developed. So we hired a consultant out of Serbia, Jelena, and she was expected also to understand a little bit more how the community, what the communities need and how to do so. For her to do her work, she needed to have a lot of dialogues, but also needed to understand the history. So work started on understanding the history of building networks in the Balkans, in former Yugoslavia. And we did a lot of great insights based on our data, but we felt we were still missing some bits. So we reached out to community members that have been doing research into looking into the history, and they helped us build a better picture of this. We then took this to the PC very excited, saying we have an excellent presentation that we want to present. The PC loved it so much, and they said, this is brilliant, but you know these people that you're talking about, these networks, the people that built them, we know them. They live right across the corner. Let's invite them to have a panel. And it's that kind of energy when you put the time and effort into trying to understand and do something meaningful that everybody likes to contribute to it and add more. And in the end, the totality is so much better than what you thought you were ever going to begin with. It was a great session. I see Jan smiling, so he approves as well. We have the call for hosts for SEE 10 is out and the deadline is done. Unfortunately, I'm told I cannot announce where we're going, but I can promise you great weather, lovely food, and great people, which is anywhere in the SEE region, right? It's ridiculously beautiful. I mean, come on, seriously. Anyways, shifting tone a bit and shifting locations. ENOG 19. A lot of you would be aware and probably have seen the email from the ENOG chair, Toma, who may or may not be in the room. Is Toma in the room? Yeah, there he is. Hello, Artem. Talking about disbanding ENOG. And the thing is, the obvious trigger for the email was the situation in our service region, the war that's happening there, right? But that was like the last straw for ENOG there. For years, we have known that ENOG was not necessarily performing or bringing together the community the way that we were hoping it was doing. While masked by the local success that it would get when it was hosted in a certain country. So it was successful on a national level. So you go into a country, a lot of people would show up. But then you go into another country, there was no following, there was no community sense, right? And we kept on trying to work with the community on trying to figure out how that could be done better. But unfortunately, we ended up in the situation that we're in here now. Now, what the RIPE NCC has done is that we postponed the meeting for this year. We relocated the funds towards some other initiatives, which I'm going to talk about in a second. And we are leaving the final decision on the fate of ENOG towards the community. Now, we've had some discussions during this meeting, some discussions also on the mailing list. I personally felt that it was a bit premature to bring this into this meeting, but hopefully for RIPE 85, we would have a much more in-depth discussion on the future of ENOG and what can happen there. And I look forward to all of you participating there as well as myself. Yeah, so where we relocated some of these funds. So we still were keen on doing a lot of engagements also in that region as well. So we've had great collaboration over the past year in the virtual realm with ISOC and EuroIX and doing online series of meetings for Central Asia. These countries have similar conditions where they're all landlocked countries. They all have roughly the same development levels when it comes to peering and interconnection. And we managed to build some following online of these people participating and sharing their stories and sharing whatever regulatory, technological, or other concerns or thoughts that they have or plans. Now, we promise them that when we can, we will do a meeting, and hopefully we can do this later this year in Kazakhstan, do our first in-person meeting there for the peering forum. And those of you interested in peering and connection or in that region, please follow the news there and join us. We also are doing a RIPE NCC Day in Uzbekistan. This is something that we promised roughly 3 years ago to happen. Fortunately, because of COVID, it didn't, but we are keen on delivering on all our promises. So we are still going back. Hopefully, if the stars line up, then we go. We also did support for the Ukrainian community. We continue to do so. We have my colleague, Alex Maniaka, on the ground there, but we also did some remote online workshops for them as well. And we continue to provide any support that we can. Speaking about other engagements and good collaborations that we have, so with other ISAR organizations, so Internet Measurements Day is something that also the RIPE NCC partners with ICANN on. Again, trying to provide meaningful, insightful data so that we can encourage people to discuss and talk more and encourage dialogues and more understanding. We've had a couple successful ones since the last RIPE meeting. We have others planned as well. There's also a MINOG meeting coming, but I'm not going to go into too much detail because we have a RIPE meeting before that as well. You heard, I like the title of the site, Content Creation for Engagement, and I think that's a really nice one as well. You heard Miriam talk about RIPE Labs. It's a brilliant platform, if I may say so myself. A lot of different opinions, a lot of different good articles on there, always something interesting to read. But if that wasn't enough for the people running it, they also wanted to top themselves by actually doing podcasts on top of it. There's at least 2 that I know of that are published, 3 I'm told now, thank you. But I know that they're going around recording with a lot of you here podcasts, so stay tuned. It's a lot of really good content there. But also producing other content that also gets published on RIPE Labs is the RIPE NCC Internet Country Reports that we do. You see the countries that are there listed and some of the efforts that we're doing in this area there to engage more and have more dialogues on this. I need to speed up a bit. So yes, so this goal basically to me reads bringing down the barriers of engagement, right? And for me, there are clear, obvious ones. First of all, something like language, for example. So we're investing a lot more in translation efforts. We do have a wiki supporting these languages, but we're also making a point of doing translation efforts. So like the country reports are produced in the languages of the countries that we report on, so people consuming relevant information for them in the language that they speak locally. Again, encouraging more dialogue. Open houses, brilliant initiative as well, triggered by COVID. We have the Goldilocks number, 90-minute session, not too short, not too long, just perfect. Amazing topics, great engagement. Even after people started traveling again, we still see a lot of engagement there. Plus the regular support that you used to from the RIPE NCC with speakers and funds towards the different NOCs. You heard Miriam talk about academic engagement and how we have a lot more new young academics at these meetings. It contributes to a lot of the effort that was done by these lovely people and these initiatives there. You might be asking yourself, where are the regular RACI speakers? Gergana has an article on RIPE Labs about how we relocated the funds for that last year towards funding some research, and the results of that will be presented at the next meeting as well. Community knowledge and learning. So, and this is going to be an interesting slide. We have successfully conducted an in-person training. And it sounds silly to say it this way, but it was a pilot. We tested it out in Amsterdam, it worked. And because it worked, we dared to be even more bold and do one abroad in Madrid. And it worked as well. So yes, so that's encouraging us to do more and more as we go, as you can see there. We're not going to be jumping on planes, traveling all over the service region anymore for a lot of different reasons. But what we are focusing on is, as I said at the beginning, the curriculum development and building content that makes, people can consume through stuff like Academy and study by themselves and get more work there. We're producing a BGP security course at the end of this year, adding to the portfolio that has IPv6 fundamentals, IPv6 security and database. We're also working on an internet governance course. And for those of you that attended anti-abuse, you would have heard Gerardo talking about the work that they've been doing at that working group as well. The team has also been responding very well to feedback. So they are continuously trying to perfect the different delivery mechanisms that we have here, how it's done, improve the user experiences in the journey. We have a lovely new website, and we are exploring new proctoring ways to do the examinations based on the feedback that we're getting. I understand we had 10 to 15 people getting their examinations at this meeting live. We're also looking into a record and review option. All these in the efforts and to try to make this easier for everyone to take the exams and get certifications. And I think they had a class photo earlier today, right? Yeah, thanks for that, Olka. Then, yes, maintaining excellent relationships with technical and governmental and standardizing bodies. I need to say this in 10 seconds, but the certification, the work that we've been doing, the content, that pot of gold that I was talking about, is actually getting us closer also to governments. Governments really like this. They want their people to be trained on IPv6, get the certifications, get educated on the stuff that they're talking about, BGP, all that stuff. And it's enabled us to build great relationships with different governments throughout our service region, as you can see here in the slide, but also with content authorities and LEAs as well. So this is really a trajectory that we're really happy with, and seeing the developments that are happening here. Not just the techies interested, but also beyond. And it is helping us build the needed relationships during this time with all the political uncertainty and all the legislation and regulation that we're seeing in this area. We've also done the regular roundtables since we last met, and contributed to European Union open consultations. And we've met with, as you heard from Athena and Hans-Peter yesterday, with the European Commission. We constantly meet them to discuss issues related to sanctions and how to support the technical community in our service region. Final slide I have here is, yes, intergovernmental work that we do. So ITU, during this time, they have like the biggest 4 meetings that they organize during this year. It's taking a lot of effort. We're also participating in stuff like the study groups 11, 13, and 20, which are protocols, future internet, and IoT. There was also the work that was done in NIS 2. I can go on, but I ran out of time. So I thank you all. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them.
from remote participants. There's a question and a comment. They're both from the same person, but wearing different hats.
Sure.
The first one is a question from Alexander Isavnin, wearing his community member hat.
Sure.
Can we say that requests from some governments to revoke all names and number resources of other countries is a failure of community engagement, especially with presence of NCC in those countries?
I wouldn't say it's a failure of engagement. I mean, we heard yesterday from Dimitri, went to the mic, and he said he helped write the request from government asking to revoke the resources. He said he wrote so, knowing very well that we will not be able to do so. So there is a little bit of a political stance on why these things get sent out this way. But I must say there's also a lot of deep understanding where we're seeing from government and them efforts to try to understand more what the difficulties and challenges are. So something related, for example, to sanctions. We are having dialogues, as I said, with the European Commission, for them wanting to understand more. And my colleague Emil had done some great work on Right Labs in doing measurements about the effects on sanctions in Russia and the internet in Ukraine and such. I must say, these are being picked up by government. They are reading it. They're interested in sitting down with us and understanding more the implications of whatever they're putting in place on how that affects the internet. So this is actually a good collaboration between us and government, I would say.
Thanks for your answer, Hisham. The second comment from Alexander, he's wearing his ENOG PC member hat, and the comment is the request to cancel ENOG from the ENOG PC chair. He says, he points out, was done on his own capacity, and that other emails in support were sent by people outside the ENOG region.
Sure. No, I understand. The meeting was planned to be hosted, I think, in July in Moscow. Even if Toma didn't send the email, I guess we would have ended up in the same position. That's my answer.
Thank you. That's all that we have in the remote questions. What about the hall? Anybody? No? Then.
Thank you.
You're faster than me. So next up is the NRO update by Hans-Peter Holm, the Vice Chair of the NRO.
Thank you, Miriam. So this is my third presentation here at this meeting. The first one was very local. It was practical information about this meeting. The second one was about the RIPE NCC regional. Now I'm on the global level. So the RIPE NCC is a member of the Number Resource Organization. So what is that? We formed this in 2003 with an MOU between the 5 RIRs. And have added an addendum, and we actually have a revised MOU now, but we haven't completely finalized it. And this is for the 5 RIRs to work together and act together. It's not a legal body, it's not incorporated in any place, but it is the 5 of us acting together. We have a mission to coordinate and support joint activities of the RIRs to provide and promote the joint internet numbers registry. So we have 5 regional internet registries, but together they are a joint registry because we do transfers between them. So conceptually, it's kind of one that guarantees uniqueness. And we want to be the flagship and global leader for collaborative internet number resource management and a central element of an open and stable and secure internet. That's our ambition. The executive committee, NRO EC, consists of the managing directors, the CEOs of the 5 RIRs, and we rotate the positions. Last year I was chair. This year Paul Wilson from APNIC is the chair. I'm the vice chair and secretary. John Curran from ARIN is the treasurer. Oscar Robles from LACNIC and Eddie Quayara from AFRINIC are members this year, and next year we will rotate again. We have a permanent secretary hosted by APNIC with Herman Valdez and a consultant, Laura Pavon, based in LACNIC. We have coordination groups. So The communications, the engineering, the registration services, and the public safety are permanent coordination groups with work plans and budget. In addition, we have looser groups for public affairs, policy, financial officers, legal staff, and human resources. This year, the 5 of us met, and this is the first time the current 5 managing directors actually met in person because of COVID. Eddie has been at Afrinic approximately as long as I have. Of course, Oscar, Paul, and Ed and John have met before, but it's many years ago. And we discussed where do we want to take the NRO in the future. And we figured out that we do actually want to be a bit more committed than just coordinating. We do want to launch some programs. And one of them that we prioritized highest is to provide a robust, coordinated, secure RPI service. And what we mean by that, that means that no matter which RIR you take service from, you should have the same level of service. We didn't really settle on whether some RIRs might have even a higher level, but there should at least be a minimum level, maybe even fully aligned across the regions. Secondly, we all realize that cybersecurity of the RIRs is something that we need to coordinate better. This is fully in line with the priorities in the RIPE NCC activity plan this year. We've been straightening the RPKI budget, and we have added budget to cybersecurity. And I've, as I said in services working group yesterday, hired a chief information security officer that would start from 1st of July. So we're very much aligned on the priorities here. And then the last one is to proactively engage government as critical stakeholders in the success of the Internet Numbers Registry System. So what do we mean by that? In the past, we've had the mantra to say to governments, no, please stay away from the internet. No, while we may emotionally think that is still a good plan as engineers, it doesn't quite work. The governments have a responsibility for their countries, their society, their infrastructure. So what we can do together is to educate them in how to do this in the best possible way. So we have a lot of information, we produce country reports, we have a lot of knowledge to share them, we invite them here, we hold roundtables, but we do that in our service region. We need to be better coordinated with the other RIRs, create common position papers, have common terminology, so that we appear as one united system when we talk to governments. That's the idea behind that. We want to be a bit more committed here, so we want to find a program manager, lead each of these programs, and we will put budget behind them and report to a steering group, which consists in the first phase of the NRO EC, so that it has commitment fully from the top. Finances, of course, the NRO needs some funds, so almost $500,000 US. It goes into the ASO, the NRO, the IANA review committee, secretarial support, communications like teleconferences, the ASO AC chair travel to ICANN meetings, NRO coordination group meetings and expenses. IETF contributions, we contribute together through the NRO, we contribute to ICANN, which is on top of the 500,000, there is another 800,000, which is partly the IANA contract and a voluntary contribution to ICANN. There is also a stability fund, which is a joint pledge. It's not money that's been transferred out of the RIR accounts, so it needs a board resolution in order to release it. I was authorized to do that in case Afrinic needed it, so that's the first time this has happened, but we did not need to go to that step. And we did, as part of the previous year's annual budget, because we had saved a lot of travel, we had actually room in the NRO budget to approve a contribution of legal expenses to Afrinic in the difficult situation they have been in, so that we together protect the RIR system. How do we divide this? Well, it's actually based on revenue. So each year the CFO sits down and looks at what's the size difference, and they create this formula. So you can see that RIPE NCC pays 38.33% of the numbers that you have seen previously. We do have some publications as well. Global Internet Number Stats, Internet Number and Resources Status Report, updated quarterly. Global stats on V4, V6, and ASN, updated daily. RPKI adoption reports by V4, 6, and economy, it's updated daily. And you can find that on nro.net/statistics. We also have a comparative policy overview. So if you want to see what's the difference in policies for a certain topic in the different regions, you can look at this document where you will find a table and you will see for transfers in the 4 different regions, you have references and policy text in the same place. Of course, for the exact details, you will then have to go to the regional policies, but here you can easily find this in one place. And this is updated quarterly as well. There is an IANA review committee. So IANA provides services to the 5 RIRs. It's very simple. They send us IPv4 addresses whenever we need them. Well, we need them. There are no more left, so they don't do that. Whenever we need V6 addresses, which is very rarely, and ASN numbers, which may happen from time to time. And there is a quarterly report, and we have a separate committee with 3 members from each region to review that report. A lot of overhead to make sure that they provide that service. Review committee members, you can see them here. There is also an empowered community in ICANN, so any sort of decisions that you would normally find on the GM level in an organization, like appointing new board members and so on, goes through the empowered community. So when the ASO AC has selected a new board member to ICANN, it needs to be ratified by the empowered community before it comes active. And you can see here some of those things that happen that they do. The seat number 10 on the ICANN board was up for re-election this year, and Christian Kaufmann, the current chairman of the board of the RIPE NCC, was selected to that board. So I'm really proud to see that we have raised a prominent community member to that level, and I'm really sad to see him leave the RIPE NCC board as chairman, as he's indicated he will when his term leaves next year. So it's mixed feelings, but I'm really glad that he will continue to serve the community on the ICANN board. And that was it. And I have 17 seconds left for questions. Any questions? Well, that was a strong hint, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Hans-Peter. I thought it was really interesting to get the global view on the registry system. Next up, we'll have a bit of an experiment. If all goes well, we'll have Göran Marby. It's not an experiment because actually we've been using this system all week, but in this session we'll have Göran Marby from ICANN remote. Do you see him? Can you give him access? That's how it works. He doesn't have slides, so you'll just join us remotely and give an update or an introduction to what's brewing at ICANN. And followed by a discussion, Q&A session with him. The vice chair and the technical support are working on getting him up on screen.
This one. That one. And then speakers. I use speaker.
Is he online?
He's online.
Okay.
Yeah, just making him.
We just upgraded it.
Okay, it just needs to be upgraded to speaker. Or I don't see him in the queue.
Go ahead, Göran.
Shouldn't he pop up there in the queue? I don't see him.
You can just start his camera and microphone, but I sent him a message, but he's not responding. It's not there. Oh, you sent him a message. Yeah. Might be away from the keyboard.
All right. Well, let's see if he pops up later. If he can join us later. We actually had planned to have some open discussion and open mic session here during this time anyway. But now look, there he is. I can see him here on this screen. And there he is. Okay, Jeroen, welcome. It's your turn to speak, to give us a bit of an insight from your end. And I've understood that you have no slides and you would like to share just some ideas. And I shouldn't look at you here on the screen because you're actually there, well, in that camera. But that you would then like to have some time for question and answers afterwards. So please go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I never used this this before, and I see for some reason they're using my full name. Don't tell anyone my name is Bo as well. Anyway, thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this. It's funny because I actually do celebrate 6 years as the ICANN CO this week, and the interesting is that the day I became formally the ICANN CO, I did happen to do that together with you guys in the Copenhagen meeting 6 years ago. So I feel very much welcome back. So what I want to talk about a little bit, it's about what we do together and some of the challenges we do. But I want to start with something. Do you know that Internet's actually in quite good shape? Many times today, when I speak, I've been having meetings with governments and business interests and everyone, and everybody talks about there's so big problems with internet. And I say that I don't see any problems. There is no real splinternet, and the ecosystem, which includes ICANN, which includes you, seems to be working fairly well. And I'm starting to wonder a little bit about why. But I define the internet in a very narrow space. I define it as it's the identifiers. It's the protocols. For me, that's the internet. What happens on top of it in applications or in platforms, that's not the internet for me. There's something else. When you sort of leave the internet when you go into a platform and go into someone else's computer. But it's been quite interesting to hear that, especially also with the things that's happening geopolitically, that the internet doesn't work. But a part of the first thing I want to say to you, thanks to you guys, it actually does remarkably well. About, I think it was if I remember correct now, in 2020, in November 2020, it was, to my understanding, the largest internet day ever, with 8.5 trillion requests. I don't really know how we calculated that or came up with a number, but that's a big thing. That was the biggest internet ever. I don't know why, maybe you know, but I don't. And the system that we create together collectively just swallowed it. Every day, more than 5 billion people connect to the system and do a lot of good things and some bad things. But it's been working flawlessly for 35 years. So where does this notion of the internet doesn't work really come from? Because it actually does. I'm going to be very short in my introduction to this because I'm really looking forward to interact with you. But it's one thing that is important as the ICANN CO to message this. I'm really happy to work together with you. We have really good relations with RIPE. You have a Norwegian as a CO, it helps me being Swedish. But I think that we over the years has been able to develop an even better relationship. We are in this together. We have different roles, we do different things, but the respect for your organization, for my organization, is huge. So I'm actually going to end there and open for a conversation with you, because that's much more fun for me. But remember one thing, the internet is actually in good shape. Thanks to you.
Thanks for that short intro, Jeroen. That's interesting you say that the internet for you is internet, numbers, identifiers, and protocols. We had a BOF earlier this week where we actually looked at what is the internet and protocol properties. What kind of properties do we want and expect from the network and from
potential future network protocols. So that would have fitted right in there. So there's a nice hook back to that BOF. Now, in terms of interactions, I don't see people rushing to the mics, but there must be some thoughts here in the room and maybe online from people. No, I don't see we don't see anybody online. Are there any comments, questions that you would like to ask Yaran? I see Jim moving. Jim Reed to the mic. Please introduce yourself.
Hi there, my name is Jim Reed, a DNS guy who's self-employed, doesn't work for anybody else. Goran, I quite agree with your idea that the internet is in good shape in terms of the plumbing, moving packets around the network, servicing DNS queries, all that stuff is working really well and it's scaled up and delivered remarkable things, especially during pandemic times, and a lot of traffic then migrated across to all these voice over IP applications. But in another dimension, I'm not sure the internet is so healthy. I'm thinking about things like the aggregation and the fact that we've got a small number of key players that are able to dominate many sectors, standardization efforts, deployment of new protocols and so on. There are a small number of actors in that, and they've probably got an unnecessary or an uncomfortable amount of power and influence over things. And I'm not sure where the best place to have discussions about that kind of thing should be. It's maybe not appropriate for a RIPE meeting. It might be appropriate for an ICANN meeting, but I'm not sure. I wonder what your thoughts are on that.
I mean, thank you for asking such a simple question as the first question. You could have struggled a whole bit through. I mean, so bear with me because you asked a really good question. I mean, first of all, is it proper to ask that question in RIPE or ICANN? I think it is. I mean, if we can't discuss anything in this environment, who should else, where can we else do it? I mean, you represent very well a lot of competence in this area and thoughts, and you're engaged in it. That is a difference from having the ability to make decisions about it. So, so what the reason, one of the reasons I'm defining the internet the way I do is to really make, because when I meet, and you do that as well, when I meet legislators, and for some interest, there's a lot of interest in from legislators and parliaments and other ones in what ICANN and RIPE does. I think I mentioned RIPE 5 times today, by the way, because to just explain the fact that there's no central point of the internet. And many times they talk about the internet, they talk about platforms, and I have nothing against platforms. People choose to use them. If there's only alternative, I have a problem with it. And I think that what you're saying is fair when it comes to that. Yes, there are some large companies that provides a lot of services to many people. But I'm old enough also to remember search engines before Google that or social media before Facebook that actually disappeared because something else came up. Because one of the fantastic things with this underlying technology is that, as well as I do, Jim, and probably better than I, when they invented this thing, what we call the internet, they had no business plan. They didn't know anything about voice over IP. They didn't know anything about, all the things this has done. And the interesting thing with the internet is just that it seems that good ideas survives and bad ideas eventually, good ideas survives and bad ideas eventually disappears. Because one of the fantastic things, as long as we can contain this, is that you as a user can choose. If you decide not to go on a platform, you can do a lot of things on the internet as well. So I think it's a really fair discussion, but there's also seems to be a lot of misunderstandings about this. I mean, I know that you discussed this and you basically know more about this than I do, but for instance, the proposal from the European Commission about, and I can't remember the name, Resolver for Europe or something?
Yeah, DNS for the EU.
Yeah, whatever. Thank you. There is a couple of things I can't learn. Apparently Facebook have changed name as well, and I can't remember what it is every time I'm supposed to say it. So in that, when I did their presentation, they said that 92% or whatever of all resolution was made by Google and Cloudflare, which got you surprised and us surprised because their market share in EU is like 2%. And I think there's also a lot of misunderstandings about from legislators, business, and otherwise how the internet actually works as I define it. And I like the fact that you raised the question the way you did it, because I think that we need to talk about it more, also to formulate together how we can actually explain how this silly system with 0 and 1 actually hangs together, and how we, from an ICANN IANA perspective works together with RIPE and other numbers conversation and how we do things with ITF, and also make sure that we are strong standing together for an interoperable internet. So thank you for the question. I don't have an answer, but I would like to debate it next time over a beer. Yeah?
Thanks for your comments.
If you drink beer, I don't know that. There are alternatives.
I never drink beer. It's never been known to happen.
Next up, we have a question from a remote participant. Same one again, but wearing yet another different hat. Alexander Isavnin from Free Moscow University asks, what kind of interaction with community do you consider to be more effective to respond to emerging challenges? RIPE's community NCC as secretariat or ICANN's empowered community? Maybe it's a false dichotomy.
I mean, can I play the fifth? I mean, it's a really good question, and I'm going to walk around it again because I'm not going to answer it. But I think that sometimes people talk about multi-stakeholderism as a thing, but for both the way RIPE does things and the way ICANN does things, it's actually a way. It's a way to mean we are supposed to do something with it. ICANN doesn't exist for the multi-stakeholder model. The multi-stakeholder model exists to make policies within ICANN. RIPE have chosen another way of doing it, which is close to their target. We do different things, and therefore we have different models. So I'd say that they're both great.
Both great is a good answer. Next up, Yulf.
Thank you. This is Yulf Helsinius, or to be on equal footing with you, Johan Mikael Helsinius. This time with my this time with my cooperation working group chair hat on, where we have been listening to. Well, you said exactly that. So the internet is doing very well. Unfortunately, a lot of governments don't seem to think so. And so, yes, good ideas survive on the internet and bad ideas sort of disappear, except that governments and other organizations generate bad ideas faster than we can kill them. So,
okay.
So I mean, you already answered Jim's question pretty much on the same subject, but I would still like to hear a little bit more about how you see the roles of RIPE and ICANN separately and then working together to deal with this problem.
I mean, I had a pleasure of having dinner with Hans Petter yesterday, and then we actually talked about how to do things better. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. Sometimes history and luggage seems to be feeling that predicts, prevents us to do things together. I mean, and that's sometimes it's like an argument between siblings. To be honest, we're the same family. Many of us are engaging in this not for the fantastic, flights and meetings and T-shirts and stuff. I hope I get a T-shirt, but it's actually because we believe in the interoperability. You don't have T-shirts?
Yes, of course we do.
Thank you. Otherwise, my internet connection will disappear. But anyway, we do this because we have a passion. And you, my friend, you often come to ICANN meetings. You live in more than one world. For a very long time, the way we develop policies within the ecosystem was done with no government interaction because they didn't pay attention. One day they woke up, really, and said, oh, internet seems to be happening. And what does politicians do? I'm not going to complain about it because they are going to look at the things that doesn't work, because that's what politicians do, because they want to get re-elected and fix that for you. The problem is that internet is a very specific thing, and our roles in that is very, very specific. And of course, so I think that we in RIPE and other organizations around the world have to work with government to actually explain to them how this works. When we do that, it actually works quite well. In Europe, as you know, it's like sitting on the other side of a machine because there are a lot of proposals all the time. Some of them has nothing to do with either RIPE or us. And I also would like to work actually more closely with ISOC, who is who has a freer role when it comes to able to talk about things that is outside our technical merit and very specific mission. But we need to work. You heard me say this. We need to work better together. And I'm building up for RIPE. I'm building up a bigger team in Brussels. RIPE has a really good team, and I think we have the same interest. We might not always agree, But I think we all agree that interconnectivity of the internet and the possibility for people to connect on the internet, that's why I'm doing this. I can speak for 10 minutes more about this subject, but I'm going to bore you to death.
Thank you. I just wanted what you said about ISOC. I just, with my ISOC Finland chapter chairperson hat on, I thank you for that.
I might have known that.
Yeah. Thank you. Carsten Schiefner, Internet Citizen. This is pretty much going along to what, or going along with what you've just already said and what you've been discussing. So my question really is, I don't have, I'm not really sharing the feeling that it's getting better with the governments. I have a certain feeling that it's slightly getting worse at times, at least, as in, like you've said it, like issuing more bad ideas than the internet community as a whole can kill at a certain point in time. So, and I cannot really share your feeling as in governments only want to fix what's not working. At times I have a feeling that they also engage into issues that are not yet working so properly as they were meant to be. Like, for example, I've just had a discussion yesterday when it came to the V6 adoption, where there is in this cyber security strategy, if I recall it correctly, a notion that there needs to be a sundown for IP version 4 addresses now, so that V6 is in a better position to pick up. And I just wonder how, and I'm losing a bit hope here, how we can, as a community, the ICANN community, the IRR communities, and so forth, how we can actually fix this understanding in the various, for example, European Union countries, as well as in Brussels when it comes to the European Commission. Thank you.
So one of the, can you ask the next one to have an easy question? Like, I don't know what it would be, but something, because you're asking really good questions. And I didn't say that I agree with politicians' problems definitions, which is important because many times I don't do that. And I agree that some of the proposals so look at this. Governments are participating in ICANN through the GAC. If they actually wanted something, why don't they go to the multi-stakeholder model and propose it there? The benefit will also be, it would be a policy for all of the world. And we have implemented things, especially with security and other things that actually has to do with comes out of the governments, and they went to us. And through the ICANN community, through the processes, it became a policy that is now with 1,500 contracts. That's even faster than any legislative proposals I know. So it's an effective, it's good, and it goes through to make sure that civil society, technical people, and everybody got to say the same thing. We end up in a good thing. And I think what really makes me sad, especially here in Europe, is that the Commission, the European Commission is a member of the GAC, but they still give legislative proposals, as we saw. Do you know what you need? I'm going to give you a little bit of hope. So look at me. I'm the ICANN CEO. I'm a nobody, believe me. Hey, I'm from Sweden. Who cares about Sweden? Are there any Swedish people there? Then you know. And I'm happy, I'm really honored to work for an organization called ICANN, a small non-for-profit organization with no commercial interests based in California. It's a cool gig, but who cares about us? So the mighty European Commission comes up with legislative proposals to regulate root service. And you and I together, being no one, actually made them to change that legislation, and it was taken away. That is a very unique thing that we do. And you call them sister or brother organizations, and the other REOs around the world do the same thing. And the interesting thing is those countries actually do listen to us. Do they do mistakes? Yeah. Sometimes they forget that you can't do technical neutral legislations. GDPR, good thing, but it was sort of hard to do it. But so I actually am a little bit more positive because we also see an interest to talk to you, to talk to us, and you can have your say. And they listen to you. So I'm a little bit more positive. Are you more positive now?
A bit, thank you.
And remember, I'm Swedish. I'm negative by design.
I'm German. I share your feelings.
Yeah, you know what they say in Sweden? If Germany gets a cough, Sweden gets pneumonia. Yes. My team who sits next to me says that I should stop joking now. I don't know why. I think I'm funny.
Neil, is there anyone online?
There is a new one. There's Robert Carolina from Internet Systems Consortium asking, using your definition of the Internet as names, numbers, standards, not the application or content layer, what do you perceive as the greatest threat to the continued good functioning of the Internet, and how can we reduce that threat?
And then we should probably cut the line after this, unless you have more.
That seems good.
Okay, good.
We of course have a report about that. I mean, there is many things. We are, so a little bit, if you're really interested in what we do a lot of things. And one of the things, we have our own research house called Octa. And one of the things we do, we produce tools, for instance, to track DNS abuse. We build systems to track bad domain names and stuff. And we do a lot of things in there. So that kind of thing in our mission is about security and stability of the end user. We also, I commissioned a study group last year where we brought in from numbers, from country code operators, from other ones, because we started to realize that there are more targeted attacks, not on, on the definition of DNS, but the whole ecosystem. And it was actually so that a couple of country code operators was taken over, not through the DNS. It's actually through the support systems. And one of the problems with that is that because everybody's so delegated, I mean, RIPE has its responsibility, the top level domain operator has its responsibility. We don't have that many connection points to actually, we have some, but to actually share sensitive information when we see attacks and how we can actually work, how we can work together to mitigate attacks coming. And I think it's time for us to work together to see how we can sort of stabilize and continue to evolve the sort of how we do the identifier system. Another thing is that in ICANN right now, which RIPE is a really important member of, we're talking about the governance of the root server system as itself, to see how we can better together, and we have the part of being a root server operator as well on equal terms, to really talk about how we can, this comes from the root server operators, by the way, so how we can make that structure even more secure and better. Because I have one underlying thought: if you don't evolve, then you eventually die. And I think that we have an obligation to continue to think about things can go wrong and go well. But again, I also think it's so important that we, with our different roles, actually have conversations and talk to each other. I had the pleasure of meeting you have a abuse working group, and I met your vice chair, and I immediately felt there are things in this that we should actually just talk about and share information. By that, I think we can do much more. So I have a long laundry list of things I worry about, to be honest.
Thanks for that, Jeroen, and thanks for joining us here today. I think this was a really good interactive session, and yeah, I hope you all here got some answers. I hope you got some ideas, Jeroen, over there.
This was really fun. And I'm looking forward to the T-shirt.
You have to pick it up here.
Thank you, my friend.
Last on the agenda, we have more fun, I hope, at least. It's the second edition of the Rob Loxall Award that we're handing out. A few of those who were here at the RIPE meeting in Marseille might have experienced the first time we did this, and so now it is the second time. And I expect that Sander, you're the speaker. You will probably tell a little bit more about the background. Great. I'll leave it to you.
Yeah, Sander will be the speaker, I guess. Yeah. Rob Loxall Foundation, you see the picture here. Some people ask me who was Rob Loxall. You can read it on our webpage. He was 25 years founder and RIPE chair for 25 years. So the foundation wants to celebrate those who made substantial and sustained contribution to the development of the internet in the RIPE NCC service region. So as it was just said, the first award was done in Marseille. The second one is today. Before we celebrate the prize winner, I want to celebrate the award committee. They did a diligent work to identify the winner. Special thanks to Eileen Gallagher and Carsten Schiefner, who coordinated herding cats. Somehow it was difficult to find dates in different time zones. May I ask the members of the committee who are in this room to stand up so that we see you? Okay. So I want to hand over to Sander, who was part of the committee.
Yeah, I prepared on bits of paper. I don't trust this technology. So I'm standing here today as a member of the Roblox Health Award Committee for 2022. Our committee was tasked with selecting the next recipient of the Roblox Health Award in the spirit of his legacy. Not just somebody who contributes to the community, but also supports others in the community. So the committee consisted of Anja Veldman, Antonio Prado, Benno Overeinde, Carsten Schiefner, Eileen Gallagher, Elise Garrick, Jan George, Joe Abley, Maria Isabel Gandia, Paul Hoofsteder, Randy Bush, Suzanne Wolf, and myself. We had some excellent nominations and we enjoyed deliberating all these individuals' contributions to our industry and our community. If any of you nominated somebody who doesn't win, please nominate them again for next year's award, because they were definitely worthy. But we could only select one winner. The winner of the 2022 Roblox Health Award is someone who's been part of the RIPE community since 1996. And I found out that their first RIPE meeting was actually in this very city, in the mathematics building of the Technical University of Berlin. But their involvement started before joining the RIPE community. They were a writer of fax software in 1993. And actually, I myself used that software. Some of you might remember it. It's called mgetty plus sendfax. I also noted that the last commit for mgetty was in 2021, which shows the dedication to providing excellent support. Another contribution they're well known for is adding IPv6 support to OpenVPN, first as a developer, later as a maintainer. They have been a strong force in the deployment of IPv6 over many years, giving many presentations on the topics surrounding it. Always ready to help fellow community members with learning about IPv6 and deploying it in their own networks. In 2003, they became a working group chair of what was then called the RIPE LAR working group, which was later split into the Address Policy Working Group and the NCC Services Working Group. This was in 2007, and I actually shared the position as Address Policy Working Group chair with them for 11.5 years, but they still stayed on until after I left. So as far as I know, they've been the longest serving working group chair ever, serving this community for 18 years. And serving is exactly the right word. They always put the community consensus above their own opinion. When we were chairing address policy, the first concern was always that the working group deserved a neutral chair. They always represented the voice of sanity, focused on the job, getting the job done well within the minimum amount of bureaucracy and politics. Many have told us that this style of chairing has been a leading example to their own way of interacting with this community, and in quite a number of cases around the world for chairing their own working groups. As I mentioned before, they're always ready to help others and contribute to this community. And when I earlier was asking around for quotes and feedback, I got one quote from Rudiger saying, well, okay. I could I can't think of anything negative to say, and I usually don't have that problem. So With that, I want to invite to the stage the winner of the 2022 Robloxile Award in recognition of a lifetime of achievement, Ger Deuring.
Well, thanks. Thanks very much. I have noted, well, I have not been taken by surprise. I was approached a couple of days ago, and I knew that this was come, but I had no idea what Sander was going to say. And the things I thought I might say, half of them have been said already now. So, well, I'm not at a loss of words, but I am. Anyway, actually, there was one bit that's not right. Curtis is the longest serving chair because we became working group chairs at the same time, and I ran away, and he's still serving.
Sorry, Curtis.
But we only found out yesterday. So indeed, I joined the RIPE community in 1996. This is 26 years ago. I'm 50, so more than half my life I've been part of this community. And it's been a very good part. So, yeah, as someone said before about the SEE meeting, you come to RIPE meetings and you feel at home, because this is sort of my tribe, my family. And it's been a good time, and I will not run away, so don't worry. Supposedly the document that I'm not sure, I think it's there, says lifetime award, which is a bit, makes you think like, okay, so it's over now, if that's the lifetime award. Then you spend thinking about, yeah, well, age and 26 years of this and being 50 and so on. And now it's time for a midlife crisis, I think. And I spoke to a good friend 2 days ago about this, and he suggested I need to buy a motorcycle. Because yes, I have money now and I can get a motorcycle. But I don't have time. I'm a geek. I need to be hacking and doing stuff and annoying the working group. So no time for a motorcycle. Then I discussed this a bit with another good friend who, should I say, challenged me a bit, said, you have money, do something good with it. I said, I intend to do so anyway, but why are you asking? Well, he said, you could give some of it to that Ukraine thing going on, and I will ask the foundation to top it up. I said, well, I intended to give something to Jan anyway, but what's the deal? So Daniel actually, well, I agreed with Daniel on buy you a new slicer. So I pay 2,000 and the foundation pays the rest. So wait, very big thanks to the foundation, and enjoy your new slicer.
Thank you very much. Does it work? On behalf of the foundation, on behalf of the Keep Ukraine Connected team, and on behalf of Ukraine operators that are running around trying to put together optics and keep their users connected, big thank you.
Yeah, this is something that really rang something for me when I saw the picture of somebody sitting on a heap of rubble and repairing our network. So that's it. Enjoy your coffee. Thank you.
So after the nice words, we have some pieces of hardware. 3 things I have to hand over to you. So the most heavy first. This is the award. So something you can put in your living room. So to make.
It's good that I'm here by train because that would
to make it shine.
Luggage overweight.
Then we have the award paper.
We'll do it here.
So the award paper, I can speak louder without microphone. You can smile, it's okay. Thanks. So there's another thing I have not with me here. It's the 10,000 euro. You give me your IBAN and we will send it the right person. Congratulations from my side.
But a comment. Sorry. Yes, I'm trying to, but someone else is a bit slow at the speakers. Yes, thank you. Now it starts to work. Lars Kliman from NetNode. I want to thank you for all your contributions to the community and to other communities as well. But I want to quote Rob now that you're holding that piece in your hand, because he received one at one point in time. He said, "Oh, it's transparent. It must be good."
Thanks, Gerd. And congratulations. This is wonderful. I mean, I've learned so much from Rob. I mean, and I think of him, especially now this week, you know, I'm benefiting so much from his legacy, and that's well deserved, Gerd. That's great. And now I just wanted to wish you a nice evening, and there is a ripe dinner coming up this evening for those of you who registered. Neil wants to say something. Sorry.
Yeah, there's one extra item on the agenda. It turns out 19th of May is Miriam's birthday.
Oh, Jesus. But Gerd was really brave to mention his age.
Langs als leven in de gloria, in de gloria, in de gloria. Hip, 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 hoera!
Oh, I didn't realize it comes with a vase. Wow. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. I was just going to say Gerd was so brave to mention his age. I won't do that. Wow. I was just going to talk about dinner, but there's time for cake before, because dinner only starts at 8, I believe, and there's buses leaving here between 7:45. Oh God, it's in your email. You just got an email, actually. Alex just sent out an email to those who have registered, and it's got all the information in there. 7:45 to 8, buses are leaving here to the venue. Please bring a mask to the bus. If you're in the bus, we are required you wear a mask. And yeah, enjoy, and hopefully see you tonight.
Welcome to our final Flight 84 Kahoot quiz. My name is still Gerardo Vivier, and I am still your quiz master. We are broadcasting today from the Ripe Dinner location. I am tasting everything. Yummy! So today's topic is Ripe 84. Were you there? Let me explain one last time how to play. You go to www.kahoot.it and put in the game pin 1800294. That's right, Mishifu. 1800294. We're going to ask a couple of questions about everything that happened around the last 4 days. And you will have to, of course, choose the right answer as fast as you can. The person who chooses the right answer the fastest gets the most points. And at the end of the whole quiz, we'll see who got the most points. Don't forget to sign up with your registration number so that we can give you a goodie bag. So again, the topic is Ripe 84. Were you there? Did you pay attention? Have you listened to the presentations and the sessions? We are going to ask you around 13 questions, all of them about the last 4 days. And the person who gets the most answers correct will win the prize. Of course, don't forget to use your registration number. We have around 15 people. I guess this is gonna be it for today. No, we got one more. No. We'll wait another couple of seconds. And then we're going to charge. So, Ripe 84, were you there? Did you pay attention? Did you listen? In any case, we're gonna start. This is a Kahoot by, of course, Ripe. And starting in
3, 2, 1.
Question number 1. What kind of problem with IPv6 and VPNs did Matthias here present about? Was it rotating precision? Was it circulating prefixes? Was it correlating prefixes? Or was it rotating prefixes? So, what kind of problem with IPv6 and VPNs did Matthias here present about? Rotating precision, correlating prefixes, circulating prefixes, or rotating prefixes. That's right. He presented about rotating prefixes and how it makes VPNs difficult. On to the next question, but before, let's check the scoreboard. Name Nick at the front, UML265, GPF239, RSC289, and SDS. Question number 2. Yeah! Carsten Strootman concluded in his presentation that operators should deploy more what? More RPKI, more IPv6, more DNSSEC, or more BGPsec? So, what did Carsten Strootman conclude in his presentation that operators should deploy more of? RPKI, IPv6, DNSSEC, and that's right, BGPsec. Only one person was listening. Scoreboard says name Nick still at the front, UML265, GPF239, RSC289, and SDS. Question number 3.
Initiate countdown.
What % of German income taxes are filed over IPv6 according to Constance Berger? Is it 8%, 52%, 98%, or 48%? Yeah! So, what % of German income taxes are filed over IPv6 according to Constance Berger? And that is 52%. That is correct. That is a great number, don't you think? And the scoreboard still says, no, it doesn't. GPF239 taking the lead. RSC289 jumping in. SDS, UML265, and Cherber 110. Question number 4. What is the projected waiting time if you want a /24 IPv4 block from the waiting list, according to Marco Schmidt? Is it 18 months? Is it 24 months? Is it 18 weeks? Or is it 12 weeks? Yeah, Vito, I would say the same thing. And it is 18 months. If you're on the waiting list, you can count on 18 months before you might get a /24 of IPv4. Scoreboard is changing again. We have Turbo 110 at the top, GPF 239, SDS, UML265, and Joe 5. Question number 5. What was the name of Sander Stefan's musical presentation on Anycast? Was it Smoke on the Anycast, or Highway to Anycast, Bohemian Anycast, or Stairway to Anycast? So what was the name of Sander Stefan's musical presentation on Anycast? And I promise I will not sing it again. Oh, no! I promise it, so I won't sing it. And the right title is Stairway to Anycast. Chime in guitars. SDS at the front, Turbert 110, Ummel 265, Joe 5, and P290. On to question number 6. To whom does the anomaly detection project developed by students from Hogeschool Utrecht provide more value? So, to whom does the anomaly detection project developed by students from Hogeschool Utrecht provide more value? DNSSEC certificate forgers, RIPE Atlas anchor hosts, RPK validator developers, or RIPE database and RTM users? One of these 4 is the lucky to get more value, and that is right. The RIPE Atlas anchor hosts who run this anomaly detection project can get more value from their RIPE Atlas anchor hosts. Scoreboard says SDS still at the front, P290, Joe 5, RSC 289, and Cherber 110. Question number 7. How many hours did René Fichtmuller say it took to keep Ukraine connected to do a trip to deliver the gear over all the way to Ukraine? Was it 40 hours? Was it 48 hours? Was it 44 hours? Or was it 84 hours? So, how much time did they need to get all this network gear over to our people in Ukraine? 44 hours, that's right. They did a record time going all the way from Germany all the way to Ukraine and back. Joe 5 at the lead, SDS, Cherber 110, P290, RSC 289. On to question number 8. In the buff moderated by Jelte Janssen, what do we want from our networking protocols? What was kept to a minimum? Was it the throwing of chairs and other physical objects? Was it the dialogue of what government intervention means for the internet? Was it the talk of exposing a wider audience to the right community values? Or was it the discussion about the many facets of what we mean by the internet? What was kept to a minimum? And the right answer is, the throwing of chairs and other physical objects. There was a lot of all the other stuff. So, on to the scoreboard. Joe 5 still at the lead. SDS, P290, RSC 289, and Cherber 110. Question number 9. According to Tom Strix, which RFC's prefixes should you use for documentation purposes only? Use 1.1.1.1/24, RFC 4549 and RFC 8497, RFC 2678 and RFC 5872, or RFC 3849 and RFC 5737. And don't even think I'm going to repeat that. So the correct answer was RSC 3849 and RSC 5737. Those are the prefixes you should use. Joe 5 burning at the top, P290, SDS, RSC 289, and Cherber 110. Question number 10. For which working group is Peter Steinhauser taking over as chair from Constance Dietrich from RIPE 85 onwards? Is it the Connect working group? Is it the open source working group? Is it the address policy working group? Or is it the IoT working group? Whatever. No, it's not whatever. It's really important to know. So who is Peter Steinhauser taking over from? And that is the IoT working group. And then RIPE 85, we will see. Scoreboard says Joe 5 still at the lead, P290 coming up, RSC 289, SES, and Cherber 110. Question number 11. Gert During, Kurt Kaiser, and Sander Stefan reported on their investigations into the goals of the right communities blank. What were they looking into? The Ipv6 policies, the whiskey buffs, the meetings, or the policy development process? So, which of these 4 were they reporting on into the goals of the right communities? That did not come out well. Sorry. And they looked into the goals of the right communities' Ipv6 policies.